quite organized.
Everything that matters to me is in one folder. I had to do that.
We're live.
So it's a mishmash of documents and jewelry and underwear.
All right, Joanne, call the meeting to order. Can I have a roll call, please?
Brian Card,
Here.
Vedka Lawrence,
Here.
John Sarantopoulos,
Here.
Matthew Wendorf,
Absent with notification.
Michael Huco,
Here.
and Keith Thurlow.
Present. Seating of alternates, so tonight with Matthew gone, you'll be acting and voting tonight? Okay. Agendas, addendums?
No addendums at this time.
Citizens' comments on items not subject to public hearing. Individual presentations not to exceed 3 minutes, limited to an aggregate of 21 minutes, unless otherwise indicated by majority vote of the commission. Public comments can be emailed to publiccomment@killenlyct.gov or mailed to the town of Killenly, 172 Main Street, Killenly, Connecticut, 06239, on or before the meeting. All public comment must be received prior to 2 p.m. the day of the meeting. Public comment received will be posted on the town's website. To participate in citizens' comments, the public may join the meeting via telephone while viewing the meeting on Facebook Live. To join by phone, please dial 415-655-0001 and use the access code 2633-752-3248 when prompted. Any citizens' comments on anything that's not on the agenda tonight? That's a no. No responses. Public hearings. Zone map change. Application 21-1278, Douglas Construction, Jim Vance, landowner, and Laurel A. Horn, applicant and landowner, 605 Providence Pike, GIS map 224, lot 14, 177 acres, and 613 Providence Pike, GIS map 224, lot 13, 4.6 acres. Request to change zone from rural development to general commercial, continued from 01/18/22. Somebody want to speak to that, please? Introduce yourselves, say where you're from.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
My name is Michael Carey. I'm an attorney with Sussman, Shapiro, Wilburn, and Gray and Greenberg in New London.
My name is Nicholas Dragarian. I'm one of the owners of Douglas Construction, the applicant.
And I was just going to say, we represent the applicant in this matter. Also with us to answer questions or interject as necessary is project engineer Jim Rossman. As Ms. Aubrey was kind enough to remind the commission in her agenda packet, my office submitted a project narrative back in January. It was 12 or 13 pages that we hoped and intended would cover all of the issues regarding this application as we knew them at the time. And I think it still stands. I don't intend to read it to you, but I do propose to go through and point out some of what I think are the highlights. About a third of the way through that, Mr. Durajian is going to take over the presentation to go through some nuts and bolts type thing, including presenting some concept plans that Mr. Rossman has drawn up with him in response to public concerns expressed the first time this application was before you, that no concept plans had been presented and people really couldn't conceive what might be done with the property if the zone were changed as requested. As you know, the application is asking to change the zone of a couple of parcels on Route 6 from RD to GC. And talking about a 200-acre parcel in full. We call them Parcel A and Parcel B in the narrative. Parcel A is the larger site, about 187 continuous acres. For about 20 years, it's been the site of illegal non-conforming gravel mining business, which I think is, in a real sense, is a commercial, if not an industrial activity, which has been going on at that site for at least the 20 years, as I mentioned. The site has not lain fallow in that sense, and has not been, and has been used, as I indicated, for commercial, industrial purposes. The change of the zone to GC, therefore, is not going to introduce alien use concepts to the property and to the neighborhood. It will allow the site to be used for non-residential purposes, as it has been. But non-residential uses of a nature that, if not more fully consistent with any nearby resident, that are more consistent or nearly as consistent with any nearby residential use. Changing the zone to GC will bring what has been an underutilized property to its higher potential, benefiting the town as a whole. I think one thing that the commission must be mindful of through this process is that its charge is to act in the best interest of the town of Killingly, not simply with regard to any particular group of people, including residents of properties relatively nearby. The applicant have taken great care to address concerns that were expressed during the hearing and the commission deliberations on the earlier application. And that, as I indicated, that included that conceptual drawings had not been presented. You'll see conceptual drawings for 4 potential uses that would be permitted in the GC zone that will demonstrate the suitability of this property to be zoned GC based on its topography, its current configuration, and so on. The applicant has had over 60 years of performing in the business of developing sites for potential users, end users. Had about 60 years in Rhode Island, some here, I believe, in Connecticut, and their work has been of the highest quality throughout that time. I would indicate, and I think Mr. Durajian will talk about this also, the topography for the site is such that buildings, even large-scale buildings that might be built there, will be down below the perimeter of the property. Won't be visible from outside the property because they'll be basically down at the bottom of a basin. I think that's something that's critical in response to what we anticipate will be some comments by owners and residents of nearby properties. I think I'll turn it over now to Mr. Durajian to go through the conceptual plans that he will be presenting to you.
The concept.
Excuse me for a minute. You called this an existing illegal operation. Can you clarify that?
I didn't say it was illegal. I said it was a
I heard the word
legal
illegal.
non-conforming use, as I
I'm
understand.
sorry?
My understanding is the current use is as a gravel mine.
Right, I thought I heard the
earth-
word illegal, so if I'm wrong, that's
No, it
fine.
was-
I think I said legal non-conforming, and it's also it's my understanding that there may be permits that have been issued for it of late that time limited as well.
I think I was already on this commission when the owner first came in and had an application. I'm that old.
Pardon me?
Okay.
You mean the current owner of the property when he made an application for the use at the
Yeah,
site?
Jim, what's his name?
Vance.
Yeah, Jim Vance.
Okay, go ahead.
It was so I heard the same thing. It was a legal use.
Okay,
So Nicholas Jagarian, applicant for Douglas Construction. What I want to do is just kind of go through what's been put together here, and I don't want to try to take too much time. But as a general overview, one of the concerns the last time we were here was that there wasn't sort of a conceptual of what this could look like. And in addition to there not being a conceptual plan, we heard a lot from the public, and we understood that there were concerns. Specifically, one of the major concerns were, we don't want to lose not their backyard, but the natural habitat that's adjacent to their backyards. So while I'm sure there's a lot of preconceived notion going into this meeting, I think that I would hope that people can take a look at this with more of an open mind. So this concept plan identifies 4 uses. All right, professional offices, and these are all uses that are allowable in the general commercial zoning ordinance. Professional offices, contractor flexible space units, self-storage units, and warehouse and distribution. Jim Rossman spent a decent amount of time looking at the site and laying out conceptually, where these types of uses could fit in here. But more importantly, and I think more to the point of what the concerns will most likely be here this evening, we looked at the general commercial zoning ordinance. We looked at the buffering requirements for general commercial, and we also spent time meeting with the Conservation Commission, staff members of economic development, and we looked at what are the town's needs as well as what are the concerns of the neighbors. And we expanded, in response to that, we expanded the buffer from 25 feet to 75 feet in this concept plan. And then we also have about, I think approximately almost 100 acres combined between buffering and what we would be proposing could be deeded into permanent conservation land. So, as an example, one of the commenters the last time around was concerned that the land around their home on Snake Meadow Road was going to be rezoned as commercial, and that the trees in their backyard were going to be commercial. And to that point, while they may be rezoned at the commission's will to commercial, we're proposing that they be permanently placed into conservation land. The goal here is not to intrude on our future neighbors. The goal is to insulate a well-developed mixed commercial use property from the neighborhood, and be able to have a development that also respects the neighbors and respects the one of the goals of the POCD, which is to expand conservation land. It's also important to note, I'm not going to have the street names accurate, but just at the top, at the middle of the plan there, where the green space comes to a stop, that piece of property is owned by the town and is presently deeded as conservation. So we would be adding contiguous conservation space that the town of Killingly already owns and maintains. A couple of the other key points. It's just important, not that I do need to explain this to the commission, but this is certainly not spot zoning, as we're looking at well over 10 acres. Lot coverage is also far less than 65%, which is your allowable maximum in general commercial, not dipping into the additional 10% that could be applied for. We're well above the 25-foot minimum buffers. And if you look at just building coverage, we're at about approximately, what we're proposing is approximately 7%, which I think is critical as it relates to some of the concerns that have been presented in the past. The other concerns, and again, this kind of relates to the POCD, but seeing as we're looking at the concept plan, one of the items the POCD states as it relates to rural development is that it's a development zone. It's not a residential zone. There's residential as part of it, but if you go through the ordinance, there's a significant amount of the ordinance that has nothing to do with residential. And to that point, it seems to identify uses that would be allowable that don't rely on the matrix and network of public utilities that the town would otherwise be providing. So you don't want to have uses in the rural development zone that are going to rely on public water, public sewer, natural gas, those types of things. It's interesting, and I want to make sure that we note that the uses that have been identified would not require those types of public utilities. There are also a number of economic benefits as it relates to these types of uses on this parcel. The first one, I went back and we looked at the mill rate for Killingly, Connecticut. And I actually took a look at the tax rate that we as Douglas Construction now pay to the town of Killingly because we are landowners in Killingly now. And we looked at the assessment, excuse me? Oh. So we looked at the mill rate and we looked at what the assessment is of the buildings that have been acquired. And it comes out to approximately $1.04 per square foot based on general commercial assessments in the town. Right here, you're looking at approximately 550,000 total square feet between the 4 uses that have been identified. That right there would generate approximately $572,000 of positive revenue to the town. As the commission is aware, commercial uses on private land require a very, very, very small amount, if not any, municipal services. You're going to have EMS, you're going to have fire, you're going to have police, but there is no plowing. There are no children that are going to be enrolling into the school system. So this would be a significant positive from a fiscal perspective, economic development perspective for the town. In addition to real estate taxes, I know in speaking with town staff that one of the other goals is sort of like a win-win when you can bring in tenants that also have a decent amount of personal property. So the personal property tax can also be applied. So there's that other additional benefit that could be possible as well. By virtue of the construction of this development, the town and local businesses will benefit from jobs and substantial investment into the town. Commercial developments also add permanent jobs. So number one, this is a substantial piece of construction. I think that there's a lot of local contractors as well as jobs that will be created just as a result of the construction alone. But commercial developments also add permanent jobs, which will result in increased business for other local establishments with additional indirect type growth. So restaurants at lunchtime, there's employees that are going to want to go to lunch. There's gas stations where they're going to have to fill up their cars. And based on this becoming a path, other businesses will benefit as well. So the other item that the town, should be taking into consideration is commercial development beyond Killingly. So in our conversations with staff and learning more about Connecticut and talking with Advanced CT as well, there's a lot of commercial development, industrial development by stakeholders in other towns. And as other towns develop commercially, 2 things happen. The sourcing pool for new developers looking to make developments shrinks, right? So if one developer is looking to develop one piece of property and they find that piece of property in a town adjacent to Killingly, and they're not looking to do 2, Killingly is not appreciating the economic development aspect of that. The additional and compounded effect can be if you have a development that is adding jobs and it's going to attract employees. Oftentimes the employees look for housing. So when there's housing available in an adjacent town, because employees don't always live in the town that they work in, Killingly could be appreciating increased residential development. And while it's not a bad thing to have residential development, you need to have a balanced, it's sort of like development plan for the town. So a lot of times, and I'm not a planning expert, but what I've heard is a third, and a third. So you want a third residential, a third commercial industrial, really revenue and profit producing entities for the town, and then a third green space, parks, recreation, those types of items. The other item that we took into consideration, because the last time we were here, is we heard that there's so many other general commercially zoned properties that, we as, prospective purchasers should be going out and looking at. So we did that. Number one, the size and sort of magnitude of development in other general commercial zoned properties, those properties do not exist in Killingly. We know that there are some that are available, but topographic considerations and layout and even accessibility. There are a number of landlocked parcels that are general commercial zoned that we've actually been pursuing but been unsuccessful in reaching owners. They do not exist. This parcel is, in its size and its access to State Highway and Route 6, is unique, and it would allow for this type of a development. And there are other general commercial zone properties, but a lot of the general commercial zoning is either not suitable for redevelopment, fully occupied, or just there's just not much of it that's remaining, at least not at this type of scale. We already sort of addressed conservation and wetlands, but I think that it is just important to reiterate that the POCD does address preserving wetlands, especially in rural development areas. And that was one of the initiatives with respect to this concept plan, is to put more land into conservation and increase the buffers. So this concept plan, and if you look inside the red buffer zone, okay, there is zero impact to any wetland or protected area based on us walking the site and also having a wetland scientist do an initial review. So these areas would be protected. Spoke a little bit already about general engineering and traffic. General engineering. The primary utilities that are going to be required, we have domestic water, we have fire service. Domestic water would be sourced via wells on site, based on aquifer locations in the town of Killingly, as well as what you can obviously see is available for water that's not on site but right there. We don't anticipate that there'd be any issue with domestic water supply for this site. As far as fire service, we have built warehouses. We've done a number of additions on existing warehouses that exist in areas where there is no public water available. And in those situations, underground cisterns and fire pumps have been utilized. So water will be either delivered to the site or brought in via the wells over time. And once those cisterns are full and the fire service or fire service needs are accommodated for per state statute and code, we would be able to accommodate any kind of fire suppression system that we need to do for these buildings. Sanitary systems, again, we're talking about very, very, very low impact. So you're looking at sanitary systems that would be akin to, any of the neighbors along Snake Meadow or Route 6. You're looking at underground leach fields and septic tanks. The storage facilities as an example, or the contractor units. You're looking at one bathroom per unit. Very, very, very low impact. The number of bathrooms that would be on this site would be, you might not have as many bathrooms as you have along Snake Meadow Road on this site in its entirety. Stormwater management would all be handled on site. We do a decent amount of civil work in the state of Connecticut, so we work with CT Deep a lot. And we have their inspections on a regular basis, and the stormwater installations that are being installed these days are, the rain droplet of water is dirtier than the water that's exiting the site. So any stormwater improvement and management on the site would be a positive for the surrounding areas. Heating on site would most likely be just on-site propane, which is not uncommon. And electrical would come in off-site. We have looked into rooftop solar. So, and Virgay, this is directed towards you because I know solar is something that you appreciate.
Oh, it's only one of these.
We could talk about dark sky lighting as well.
There's others too.
So, when I think we were here the last time, Mr. Vance had explained that he had this site looked at and evaluated for solar, and that there was not enough conveyance availability on Route 6 to take what 80-plus acres of array could produce. If you do a private development, one of the things you have the ability to do is install solar on the rooftops, which we've seen. I think is it Home Depot and a lot of Killingly Commons, I think they have rooftop solar if you look on Google Maps. But in that situation, you do something called net metering. So you're behind the meter, you're supplying power to yourself, and you don't have to convey power back onto the lines. But ultimately, it reduces your overall power consumption on site. So that is something that could certainly be looked into. As far as traffic impacts go, primary traffic here is going to be evaluated by, CTDOT. We're right on Route 6, and we did have a traffic engineer take a look at, this concept plan. And the question was asked, in an initial review, do you see the infrastructure of Route 6 being able to handle a commercial development of this nature? And the answer was absolutely. That's not to say that, trucks can just barrel out of here, with no signaling, no decel and XL lanes. There's certainly a level of engineering that's going to have to go into it. That all has to come back in front of this commission at that time if we have that opportunity. But in taking a look at Route 6 and taking a look at what's there, accident counts and everything else, there was no concern that the state highway would or would not be able to handle this type of a commercial development. So we did take that step. At this point, without getting too far into it, if the commission has any questions for me on the concept plan, I can answer them. After that, I do want to roll through a couple of aerial photos, which I think are important to appreciate the current state of the site as well as the topography adjacent to Snake Meadow.
Any questions from commissioners at this point?
I got a couple. Cisterns, the fire department, you will work with the fire chief to set those up.
Absolutely.
And there'll be separate ones for the sprinkler systems for the buildings?
So each building would be, where sprinklering is required by code, each building would be handled separately.
And they will have their own water source
The water source would be the cisterns,
for the sprinklers also?
only for the sprinklers.
Oh, okay.
Domestic water would be typical
No,
well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, you got the fire company coming in to pump the water, and you want the sprinklers to have a separate one.
So the water that I'm talking about would be water for the sprinklers. Traditionally, that's the way that we've done them. So you have, I'm not gonna pretend to know what the fire code is here in Killingly or Connecticut, and I think Connecticut State would rule on this. But typically speaking, it's the furthest means of egress from, the most remote means of egress from within the building, how long it would take to get there, and that helps determine the sprinkler system that needs to be installed, as well as whether it's a dry or wet system. And from that, there's a period of time the system has to be running. So with all those volume calculations against that time, it drives the cistern size. And those can either be underground or above ground adjacent to the building. We've done them either way. But the pumps, the pumps would be, the fire department doesn't need to show up to pump that water. That water is set to be pumped. It's part of the building mechanicals. So if there's a problem and the fire system is triggered, that water's there and that sprinkler system is running. And then EMS services would come in after that.
But you also need, once they're on scene, that is not any hydrant area and stuff, so you need either tankers coming in or you need other cisterns that
Yep.
you can pump water out.
So we've done that two ways. We've either added cisterns or in the stormwater, like the management plan, is we intentionally create ponds so that there's water accessibility for trucks.
And some of the runoff can, once it's clean, can feed those.
Correct, yes, absolutely. You're talking about like stormwater runoff?
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
So can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
So, in case of an emergency, meaning, let's say like the electricity for the entire facility is down.
Mhm.
Is the water, the fire protection, gonna have its own power that won't fail when the entire neighborhood or town or whatever has failed?
So they're done in a couple of different ways. Electric pumps are either backed up by generators, right? If it's not a site that's requiring generators per the tenant, the development, the use of the building, they're diesel backed up pumps. So in any event, there's power to the pump to supply the fire suppression system.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Mhm.
I have a question. How much of that 100 acres is wetland?
You know, I couldn't tell you exactly. I will tell you that we are planning on putting more into conservation than is wetland. I know that the majority of the wetland on this site is to the west side of the plan, which is on the left there. All right, and then you also have Norton Brook, which is along the right side there.
Don't we have inland wetlands, don't they have maps that show the amount of wetland?
Yep.
Throughout the community?
Yep.
Well, it seems to me that's something.
We have reviewed those maps, but I couldn't tell you what the actual acreage is.
I can probably pull them up later if you wanted to compare.
What about the agreement for that gravel operation that was signed with the present owner? Do we have a copy of that?
I don't think that's any longer in effect because they have pulled out and they've gone away.
Well, wouldn't it be helpful to see what the intent was when that was issued? You know, because council, you know, if didn't state, he implied that this is, you know, a similar activity that's going to be taking place there that's already been approved. It's been in operation.
I think and I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, but what I'm thinking is that he was saying it was a commercial enterprise, and they're planning on continuing a commercial enterprise. That was the end of the similarity, I believe.
Yes, that's correct. That's what I meant.
So
So, excuse me, Anne Marie, so the last time that was renewed was how many years ago?
I believe the commission renewed it about, I'm going to say about two years ago, if that, maybe one. But they also requested their bond because they ended their
Right.
operation. And we did return the bond to them.
Yeah, so the existing permit is null and void.
Is null and void. If Mr. DeGarian was to purchase this property and wish to continue, he'd have to reapply for a whole new permit underneath our new regulations.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, doesn't the regulation say every 5 years?
3.
An operation like, is it 3?
I believe it's 3. 3 for renewal.
It's every 3 for renewals, and prior, there were some operations that were in operation for quite some time, and so those regulations had no ending date, and they could just come in for as many renewals, just continue the renewals. We now have a 30-year ending date on them.
Okay.
if there aren't any other questions, I
I
think
got-
that's.
I
oh,
got
sorry.
one more, is on the bottom of the presentation on the, yeah, are those the storage areas?
Correct.
Okay, they weren't identified, so I thought they were.
So I can just walk through that real quick, Jonathan, if you want to start from the bottom. Those are the proposed storage units. To the middle there is the warehouse. Directly above the warehouse are contractor units. Those are about, typically speaking, what we've done in the past, approximately like a 1,500 square foot unit, small office space in front with a roll-up door, so you have sort of just a flexible use. Smaller contractors oftentimes utilize them. It gives them a nice place to work out of if they're not working out of their garage. And we know, I mean, they're in high demand in Rhode Island, and from our conversations with staff, there's questions about them on a regular basis. And then up top there, these others are just the layout of single-story office. And I know that may seem like a who's building office these days, but quite frankly, one of the developments we own is a place called Lincoln Corporate Center. It's in Lincoln, Rhode Island. And the park is predominantly kept full by tenants that want to be close to CVS in Woonsocket. So what we found is when you have organizations like Putnam Plastics or Frito-Lay, there are adjacent businesses that oftentimes want Class A office space that are close to these parent companies that they do a lot of business with. And we've had tenants, I know it may sound weird, we've had tenants like Steiff Teddy Bear from Germany that want a place right near Woonsocket because of the different stuffed animal business that they do with CVS. You know, so it's like this very weird connection of the dots, but the office space gets utilized when it's that kind of magnitude of client. So we thought that it would be something worth showing here.
No retail?
No retail here.
It should be noted, it should be noted that this is all concept plan.
Yes.
Nothing,
Correct.
we're not voting on
No.
anything to this. It's just the zone to be able to do this type of thing, and it requires some kind of a concept plan.
So, right, so just,
Yeah, just one more thing, if I could. What was this thing about a legal thing where that was discussed? I didn't quite hear what that was.
I understood him, the attorney, to say that this was an illegal gravel operation, and it was corrected that it was not, as I understood.
It was illegal or?
no.
That it's illegal.
Illegal, not
Right.
okay, legally, I heard that
Yes.
word legal. I didn't know what you were talking about.
So just to be clear, it's, again, looking back through the rural development zoning reg and looking at the general commercial zoning reg, when I really read it, and Mr. Carroll will get into that more into detail with respect to the zoning ordinances and the POCD. But what I understood rural development to be is really remote development. It's development that doesn't require, the public services of the town as it relates to public utilities. It's development that can be appreciated without the need of the public services, with the exception of EMS and those types of things. Rural development is not, sprawling meadows, untouched land. It's not green space, open space. That's just simply not what the zoning ordinance is. And everything in this area is zoned as rural development. So I started thinking about it and saying to myself, well, it's remote development. It's development that can't be attached to the matrix of public utilities, and as it relates to that, we thought that these 4 uses, going to the concept plan, these 4 uses could work here. The other way to go about this, which we're not proposing, is to say, okay, well, there's the rural development zoning ordinance. We could be in here trying to do text amendments to the 4 different text amendments to the rural development zoning ordinance to include these types of low impact municipal service, municipal utility consumption uses within that zone. This, because these uses are already allowable in the general commercial zone, and because this parcel and this rezone falls so well into the POCD, which we will get into, and there is also general commercial just north of this, much smaller combined parcels surrounded by rural development, we thought the most efficient route was to go for a rezone. Mr. Sarantopoulos, getting into the closed out activities on the site, I think these next slides will help shed a little bit of light on that. And I think these are also going to help appreciate the topography. And we wanted to show these because I think it should also speak volumes to concerned neighbors. So this is approximately the current condition of the site. If you look all the way to the left where the access road is coming in and makes that little L, that is more or less what the right side looks like, except that the topography is very much the same. But they have kind of bladed it off, and there really, I was just there a couple of weeks ago. There really was no loom. It didn't look like to be spread out, but they seeded it, and there's very modest growth, but it's happening. Let's go to the next one now. So what we've done here is the site's much bigger than this. This is the developable area, what we're proposing be disturbed. And what you can see is that almost half of it has already been disturbed. And if you go to the next one, this is just another view from up top, just another perspective, so you can see how much of it's already been eaten into. The next one, please. Another view looking to the west, you can see where Snake Meadow Road is. The next one, please. This one is very critical. So you can see what we're proposing to be developed, okay, and disturbed. To the right, immediately to the right, you're at a peak. That drop down, which you can appreciate in the middle there, that's Norton Brook. So we're hundreds of feet away from Norton Brook, number one. Number two, as you continue to move to the east, you go back uphill significantly. and then downhill to the backyards of the neighbors on Snake Meadow Road. I think that this is important because, as Mr. Carey had mentioned earlier, this development would be set down significantly from the adjacent areas. And with the building height limitations in general commercial, I think they're between 40 and 50 feet. And I have elevations on here too, so that we can see it. There is no way that this development would ever visually impact, regardless of the vegetated buffers that are being proposed or the conservation land, would ever visually impact Route 6 or Snake Meadow Road. If you go to the next one, Jonathan. Let's see. That is going to be a little hard to read from here. Let me open it up real quick on my side. So this should be in your packets. I'm going to go from left to right. So the low point in the current disturbed area is elevation approximately 380. The northern edge, and it's hard to see that arrow, but it's kind of pointing towards that little node right there, that one. That northern edge is at elevation approximate 460. That whole edge there kind of drops down. If you were to pull in and look to the right going down that road, that whole edge, there's a small embankment right there. The crest to the west side of Norton Brook is at elevation approximately 540. Norton Brook is at approximately 505. The second crest going towards Snake Meadow Road is at approximately 585, and Snake Meadow Road is at 570. So, even if we were to raise the average existing grades inside what's presently been disturbed as a combination of continued excavation, export, site plan development, grading, et cetera, even if we were to raise those grades 20, 30, 40, 50 feet and then put a 50-foot building on top of it, you are still well below the crest at 585 looking west from Snake Meadow Road. These are real elevations. And you can see it in the topography. So we thought that that's kind of important to note. Jonathan, if you go to the next one. Just another, without the yellow shade out on it, just kind of shows you another little bit of the site there. And then the next one, okay, this one, we just started doing a little bit of our own research. A lot of the concern was traffic and commercial activity and how that traffic is going to impact the area. The former use on site accessed the gravel mining operation off of Route 6. Going from right to left, you can see the parcel right to left, so in reverse, Jonathan. There you go. So that's where we are. And if you go over 1, 2, 3, you have gravel operation, gravel operation, gravel operation, all in different sizes, shapes, and forms. And the only real access those operations have are off of Snake Meadow Road or the road just to the west. So while we appreciate the concerns, we're talking about main primary access off of a state highway, while there are other existing operations that are commercial operations that are off of side roads, which I believe are technically, I think Snake Meadow Road, correct me if I'm wrong, Jim, is a state highway, correct?
It's one of the secret roads, correct?
So at this point, and Mr. Sarantopoulos, I thought that those slides might, you kind of get a real good look at what that site looks like, and if you could just imagine that they have kind of bladed it off and they have planted grass there.
I'm gonna read you something afterwards. It's in our zoning regs.
Okay.
I'll read it right now.
Sure. No, that's fine. Sure.
I think it, it would answer my questions anyway. Under earth fillings and excavation, it's section 561. C, it says, these regulations are designed to ensure that land will be suitable for residential, commercial, industrial, or agricultural purposes following removal of the topsoil, sand, gravel, stone, bedrock, or other fill, and to provide for the reestablishment of ground level and protection of the area for suitable ground cover and or return area to its natural conditions. I look at that, and I don't think it's, first of all, there's a couple of holes there, and it looks barren to me, you know, where's the topsoil that was on top of it? D says, protect property values and quality of life for those properties, neighbors, neighboring earth filling and/or excavation operations. So, you know, that's
Jonathan?
why I asked my questions.
So if I may, Mr. Chair, the operation was legal, non-conforming, because it was under an older regulation. Some of that language has been introduced in the new current earth regs in terms of restoration and the goals set forth with the restoration work. The operation as it was approved before was under a different set of regulations. The images that you see here are older Google Earth images. There has been restoration work on the property, albeit it's not a lush grass field. There is some growth, but it doesn't meet the current standards, but it didn't need to.
That was gonna be one of my questions, how current are these photographs that
I
you're
would say
showing?
that's probably 2019, just dealing with the images a lot.
But Mr. Blake, the grades remain as shown in the photographs, is
The
that correct?
grades should be at what's there. There was no significant grade
Right.
change from 2019 to current in that area, no.
But it does, in there, describe what kind of grades you can create, you know, in those regulations.
Agreed.
And it even gives you a description on, you know, the reclamation, that, what that plan means, you know. Restore and bring back to its original state.
Agreed. I think definitely under the current regulation is not to leave holes or steep embankments that could cause undermining or other things that we've seen in older operations. All the current operations, and even some that are still grandfathered in, we try to inspect at least on an annual basis and work with the operators as they work those properties. If they're under the newer regs, they have to meet the newer regulations, which are a little, are more strict.
And I'll comment on one more thing that you mentioned. You showed these various sites. Are you to lead us to believe that each one of these sites now has opened the door for something other than rural development? And it's always been my understanding that farming and residential housing is what rural refers to.
I'm only looking at what's written in the zoning ordinance as far as what's allowed in the rural development zone. As an example, a state recycling facility, intake of waste and processing of waste is an allowable use in the rural development zone.
Is or isn't?
Is.
Wow.
There are a number of allowed uses in the rural development zone that,
Is that under special permit?
that one may be. It may be under special permit. I don't have it memorized. Like one that is under special permit as an example is planned residential development. We looked at the size of the site, and I think planned residential development, for the size of this site and the location was limited at medium density. The number of units that could go there far exceed what you could put there from an engineering perspective. But you are talking about hundreds of units that could go there under a planned residential development, which is an allowable special permitted use in rural development. And that's
With septic systems.
correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Correct. Absolutely. Septic systems, wells, and obviously on-site stormwater management.
Isn't medium density sewer required?
I
And PRD, I believe, as well.
Medium density residential, Jim Rossman from Stady Engineering.
You gotta speak to the mic, sir.
Medium residential,
To the mic, please.
medium residential development does not require public sewer or water. Everything has to be dealt with under the public health code, but we don't necessarily have to connect with public utilities.
Well, that's easy to find out.
Ken Slater, could you put your name on the record in the mic, please?
Jim Rossman with Stady Engineering.
Before we leave this point, can I just point out Section 410.1.1 of your regulations, residential districts, rural development district, permitted uses as of right, with site plan. No need for special permits. 1 and 2 family dwellings, agriculture,
Yeah,
with customary accessory buildings. So this could be a barn,
yeah.
it could be a silo, this could be agricultural use with heavy mechanical equipment. That's no special permit. Churches, other places of worship, cemeteries, municipal and fire district land uses, outdoor events, and then by special permit, agricultural special permitted uses, dog kennels, vet hospitals, public or private golf courses and country clubs, tennis clubs or swimming clubs, all of which would be significantly more intense than the uses that are depicted in the concept plans. And
Well,
would
that's
generate.
been my understanding of rural
Right,
development.
it's defined by your regs, and seasonal tent and camping facilities, a radio tower that could go up to 65 feet, cluster developments. So I mean, it's not your typical single-family residential district. It's a much broader use package than that. And as Mr. Tagarian pointed out, uses that are permitted in that zone are equally intense, if not more intense, than uses that are permitted in the GC zone.
What we found.
For the
pri-
record, that sewer is required, if you go to non-sewer, they require 40,000 square feet, not 30, on a medium density zone. So you required more land use.
So the primary difference we found between the uses we've identified in general commercial and the rural development zone is really like I had stated before, the accessibility to public utilities. You know, and it seems like the conception of rural development was develop, but only uses that you can develop without having to rely on any of the public utilities. You know, whatever you can do out in the middle of the woods, perfect, great, loosely speaking. Very loosely speaking.
Turn around, because a lot of people are gonna disagree with you.
And that's fine, but we've studied the words, right? We've looked at the ordinances. So all we can do is look at what's written down and look at the POCD and try to create alignment for the town.
By the way, we've been using lingo here that we all know, POCD. A lot of people don't know what Plan of Conservation and Development. So if you want to use the various, just say the words.
Sure, no, so we can do that. And I think it's also going to be helpful because Mr. Carey will go through briefly our review of the Plan of Conservation and Development, how the state of Connecticut views Plan of Conservation and Development, what it means, and how this lot and what we're proposing aligns with the Plan of Conservation and Development for the town of Killingly, which was just recently, most recent was adopted just a couple years ago, or earlier than
Every
that.
10 years.
2020.
So this is 2020. And he'll also identify how things have changed a little bit from 2020 to now. But without this is a hearing for a zone change, not a hearing for a site plan, not a hearing for specific uses, this is a hearing for a zone change. And so what we want to be able to do is stay on the merits of a zone change. The one thing that the commission knows, and I want to make sure the public understands, is that a zone change doesn't allow us to do anything. A zone change requires us to come back here. It gives us an opportunity to come back and present something to go on this lot. That's all that it does. This commission still has a lot of control over what has the ability to be approved and comment on the various things that we're looking at. And quite frankly, I would fully anticipate if we came back here and, as an example, had nothing going into conservation, you would all look at me very sideways. So this is a first step for us. The goal in putting this concept plan together was, when I talked about it with Mr. Rossman, was simply compromise. And I think that you've seen enough of me over the course of the last, let's say, 12 months, a little bit virtual, a little bit in person. We are not your aggressive developer that's looking to come in here and not work with the town and not work with our neighbors. The word that was going through my head when we went through this was collaboration. So we heard from the public that we don't want some big thing in our backyard. We don't want to lose our view. We don't want our trees to be general commercial. That one always sticks out to me. We don't want freelance traffic just in and out, in and out. We don't want primary accessibility onto Snake Meadow Road. So we took all that into consideration, and we thought that, all right, as good stewards of the land and as developers that have now invested in Killingly, and we have a couple of other parcels that are under agreement, we thought, okay, let's come in, let's find a way to do the part of it that we want to do. Let's find a way to accommodate our neighbors, and let's find a way to do something that's beneficial to the town. That's the nuts and bolts, and as simple as it is. There were rumblings earlier that we know what we're going to do there. We don't have a tenant. We do not have a plan. We have a concept plan which was requested of us based on other developments that other uses that we've done in the past on other developed sites. So the goal here is to work with the commission and to take the public into consideration. With that, I'll turn it back over to Mr. The other thing I will say, as a complete side note, your staff has been phenomenal to work with. I had a great meeting with the Conservation Commission. Anne Marie has been phenomenal. Jonathan has been great to work with. Whenever we have a request for information, it's supplied to us immediately. We've done a lot of due diligence. We've tried to talk to as many people as we can. We've tried to collect as much feedback as we can to be able to come forward today and hopefully more meetings in the future to add development to the town of Killingly. So with that, I'll
You
turn it over
should
to
send
Mr.
that to somebody that matters. We can't do anything about that, so send it to the town manager. That was,
I'm just letting you know.
we appreciate that.
I just have a couple of points, a handful of points, basically from the narrative, more on legal matters than the topics that Mr. Durajian just discussed. If you look at page 5 of the narrative, it reports that per staff, per your town staff, there's a lack of general commercial properties, general commercial zoned properties in town. And there isn't enough to meet what seems to be a developing need. The majority of currently zoned general commercial properties are already developed, and there are positive inquiries coming in on an almost daily basis for potential development in general commercial uses. There are very limited general commercial zone parcels that would be candidates for redevelopment. And as Mr. Durajian pointed out, if this zone change is granted, and 200 acres is a substantial piece, it would not be the only general commercial zone property in that area. In fact, it almost seems like a natural tendency to have more general commercial zone properties in that vicinity.
Just to clarify, looking at that map, just to the north, and there was actually an application recently heard on one of those parcels for self-storage. That is all general commercial. The zoning immediately around it is all rural development. To the east is village commercial. To the south is village commercial. And the subject parcel, which is highlighted in yellow, is the one we're discussing tonight. So general commercial adjacent to rural development is it's certainly in the town, and general commercial in areas where there are no public utilities, which would be to the north there, that is also something that has been done.
Then in terms of conservation and wetlands, there is a large conservation area owned by the town at 759 South Frontage Road. The applicant currently proposes to set aside for conservation, proposes to set aside a large piece for conservation that abuts the town's conservation area. In fact, the conservation land is going to encompass the majority of the property, and that will benefit all the abutters in terms of leaving land as it is in its current condition, its natural condition. In addition, from having looked at those aerials and the superimposed aerials, it's evident that the hillside that forms the natural buffer is going to remain treed, and that large portions of the property already lack trees. So concerns about this any potential project here at this site denuding the property of trees are not well-founded. It simply won't happen. It can't happen. Whereas, on the other hand, an agricultural use, by the definition of agriculture in your regulations, could encompass either as a main use, I think, or as an accessory use to another agricultural use, timbering and taking down trees for sale as lumber. So anything that could be done at this site as it is being proposed by this applicant or suggested by this applicant will not result in the removal of trees to any large extent, and certainly will leave the existing vistas as they are, it seems to me. I would point out that as a, I guess, technical legal matter, if Route 6 is considered to be satisfactory or adequate to deal with the traffic generated by the current RD zone, then it has to be deemed to be adequate to deal with any traffic that could come from the GC zone, given the various uses that are allowed in each of those zones. General zoning procedural matters. We have to show that our proposed change is in accordance with the comprehensive plan and is reasonably related to the normal police power purposes given the commission to enforce by Section 8-2 of the general statutes. But in addition to that, a zoning commission's actions on a boundary line change proposal must promote the interest of the community as a whole. A map change is not invalid simply because it incidentally benefits certain property owners, and that's a case called Dutko v. Planning and Zoning Board of Milford, 110 Con App 228. In terms of what is the Plan of Conservation and Development, it is a document that this commission, created in 2020. It's a plan. When it says it's a comprehensive plan, that's what it is. It's a plan. It was based on the information that you had available to you in 2018 through 2020 or thereabouts, when you were acting on the necessity that you amend and create a new Plan of Conservation and Development when the previous one expired. But it's a planning document. This commission is not bound by it. If it finds that perhaps there was a mistake in the Plan of Conservation and Development, if it finds that conditions have changed since it was enacted, if it finds that a particular property perhaps doesn't merit the treatment that might have been prescribed for it by the Plan of Conservation and Development, this commission is not bound to follow the Plan of Conservation and Development. I will say, though, in this case, I found nothing in your Plan of Conservation and Development that says that this property should not be zoned GC. I didn't see anything there. I didn't see anything there that even suggests it. And in a minute, I'll mention things that I found in the POCD that I think strongly support our application. Rural development districts, by definition, their statement of intent in Section 410.1 of the regulations, are for areas that present physical obstacles to development, such as slopes, wetlands, and soils with only limited capability for accepting on-site sewage disposal, and are distant from existing or planned public sewers and water lines. This property does not suffer from all of those problems. The only one I suspect that it does is the lack of immediately available public utilities. My point, though, in mentioning this is to say that it seems to me that by your definitions of your explanations of what the RD and the GC zones are, this property is much more suitable for and much more aptly placed, I think, in the GC zone. The GC zone was created to house and permit commercial establishments that generate large amounts of traffic or require large sites and frontage on major highways. We're not saying that anything that's been proposed or suggested here is going to generate large amounts of traffic. In fact, the opposite. The uses that have been discussed here tonight will not be large traffic generators. But the site is on Route 6. That's an irrefutable fact. And Route 6 can handle whatever traffic would be generated by any use permitted in the GC zone. There's no question but that the GC zone, by its own terms, intends that or allows that the GC zone may be located next to residential zones or near residences. Otherwise, it wouldn't provide in Section 410.2 for buffers at the boundary lines with residential districts that are at least 25 feet wide, with planted screening also required. And in terms of the topography of the property, not only does the topography and the existing growth on the hillsides protect the adjoining neighborhoods, but the applicant almost certainly will be required to plant additional trees and shrubbery for buffering on top of those or at the perimeter of whatever projects are built. Section 902 of your regs are the criteria for zoning map amendments. One of the criteria is to correct errors in existing zoning regulations and to deal with and to address or accommodate changes that have taken place in the rate and pattern of the town's development and land use. We're not saying that the current zoning was a mistake when it was done. We're saying that by contrast to the potential of a GC zone landing on this property, the RD zone is less appropriate. And circumstances certainly have changed even since the POCD was enacted. At that time, I don't think there was any thought about problems like supply chain disruptions, leading to things like, I think, the creation of more warehouse space in places like Route 3 on a main thoroughfare into Rhode Island and up to Boston and into Connecticut. So this seems like a particularly apt use given the most recent circumstances. It's physical suitability of the land for the proposed zone. Well, Mr. Durajian has examined in detail why this property is suitably zoned GC. Now, in terms of the effect on the surrounding area, the purposes of zoning and the objectives of the plan of development, those are other factors into your section 902. For all the reasons that we've already discussed, we think that any of the concept plans will have less of an impact, if anything, on the neighboring properties than would most of the uses allowed in the GC zone. Neighborhood acceptance weighed against community needs. We anticipate that neighbors will be out tonight to object to this proposal. However, as I indicated a minute or two ago, while their voices are to be heard and are important voices to hear, they are not determinative. They do not have a veto. The Planning and Zoning Commission has the ultimate authority and discretion to make the decision. And if the zone change in the commission's view is in the best interest of the town, then the fact that neighbors come out and oppose it for reasons that we'll hear, many of which may have already been addressed, is not determinative in your decision. And it would be wrong, I think, with all respect to the terms of your regulations, for this commission to make it a determinative factor. Now, in terms of the POCD, on page 6 of 78, There's a discussion of Route 395 and how it has become an important asset for Killingly, as now the town is connected by an interstate north and northeast of Worcester and Boston and south and southwest of New Haven and New York. Killingly, as a crossroads community, could now capitalize on the growing use of trucks to transport goods. We're suggesting that Route 6 has the same capacity, and suggest that the utilizing Route 6 for this property as a GC zone for the potential uses that would be allowed there would be taking advantage of an asset that this town has and has had, and would be of tremendous benefit not only to Killingly but to the entire region. Section 3.2 of the Plan of Conservation and Development talks about economics, gives a background of economic conditions in Killingly. It notes poverty and unemployment are major concerns. The town is consistently above the state average in unemployment rates. The uses suggested by the applicant here would generate, would create jobs, and perhaps likely jobs that could be filled by local residents, current residents. Killingly is the competitive retail center of northeastern Connecticut. The applicant is not contemplating retail uses, but the uses it has described would contribute greatly to Killingly's status as a focus of economic activity in the area, and would benefit from its location at the crossroads of several major state highways without disturbing the use of local roads. These are all, I think, important considerations from your POCD. Section 3.2 identifies goals and lists policies to achieve them. Goal 1, maximize the quantity, quality, and diversification of Killingly's employees and employable workforce. We've already discussed that. Policy 2, to achieve Goal 1, maximize the quality and diversification of Killingly's employers, both large and small. Action 3, attract new businesses to town that will raise the standard of living and its employees above the current average, as well as increase economic stability through the diversifications of employers. Action 4, encourage complementary businesses to locate in Killingly, which will enhance existing businesses located in town. Changing the map to allow the uses described by the applicant is precisely the action these action items call for. Section 3.5, land use. This section describes the desired location, distribution, extent of land for all variety of uses, and its intent is to guide the physical growth, use, and development of Killingly. Goal 1 is to develop the town with a systematic approach that balances the natural environment with residential housing and business industrial development that are appropriate to the context of the community. Again, zoning this property RD meets that goal. Natural resources, the management and preservation of natural resources are fundamental. You heard Mr. Dragian talk about all of the efforts that will be made, and frankly, because of the nature of the property and its topography and its layout, will have to be made to conserve land as open space and unused for any of the uses for which the property may be put under the new zone. Policy 2, under natural resources, increased percentage of protected open space. That was discussed, and that very likely will happen here if this property is zoned GC. Transportation, section 3.9. This section describes Killingly's transportation system as diverse and mature. Declares there are no signs that there will be a gridlock for the next 10 years. It adds that Route 6 and 101 provide ready access to Rhode Island and to the greater Hartford area. This again supports the application. It goes back to the comments earlier about 395 and about Killingly being a crossroads town. And because of those things being an essential hub in the economic activity of this region into Massachusetts, into Rhode Island, and then south into Hartford and down to New Haven and New York. So I think from a legal standpoint, the applicant has demonstrated that its application ought to be granted, will be of great benefit to the town of Killingly as a whole. Really will not be a detriment to anybody in the town of Killingly. The reaction to that comment leads to one response, which isn't intended to be callous or flip, but the owner of this property has a right to use it. And under your regulations and under Connecticut laws, a right to use it for many, many purposes. And the property is not the property is not subject to claims by neighboring owners, anyone else in the neighborhood, other than concerns about the compatibility of the uses that are different than anyone else's. And even in terms of questions about compatibility, the neighbors have no greater hold or in this, or say in it, really, than anyone else. And we think we've addressed all of the concerns that we anticipate the neighbors could make, and other people from town could make. And on balance, we think that our arguments carry the day. And so we would ask, we know that you'll give this great thought and take everything into consideration, but we would ask in all respect that the application be granted. If there are any questions for me, I'll be glad to try to take them on.
Where's the additional property? I mean, this came back before us because you changed the other property to it, and I've yet to see it here
It's right there.
presented.
It's right there.
And now, how does that change the application and, the intent of the application? Just because of the additional property, it's not going to affect what you're proposing for your property in any way?
So in the original application, we didn't have the concept plan, which was requested. So we've come before you with a substantial amount of additional information and a more complete application. In addition to that, the abutter to the east has agreed to be part of the application and also be rezoned to general commercial. It does not, because that parcel is not represented on the concept plan, which was created prior to that abutter signing on, it does not change the, it wouldn't change the ability to put a plan together like the one that's been presented tonight.
So the property you just referenced is the one that has like green,
Nope, the one that Jonathan has the hand on right now.
okay, so what's the one with the, it's yellow in the background but has line, it's in, above the word zone,
The blue hash mark?
the blue hash marks, yeah, what is that?
That's wetlands.
Okay.
No, the blue is the 100-year floodplain.
Okay.
It's
I got it.
effectively an overlay.
Yeah.
So the zone under that doesn't really, it changes, but the 100-year floodplain
Yeah,
is
no,
the
I
main.
understand.
Okay. I'm just saying it for everybody.
Yeah.
And I had mentioned before, the property that's owned by the town of Killingly, that's represented right there in green. That is presently conservation land.
Do you have a copy of the map that you showed of other properties that have been turned to commercial?
Yeah,
general commercial?
that's, so this is just on your zoning overlay of your GIS map.
Yeah, that one. Do you have a
Right
copy
there.
of that?
I mean,
You know, I have a hard time relating
I don't have the
where those
hard,
properties are.
hard copy can certainly be supplied to you, but that property is far less than a mile away from the entryway to this site.
That property on the left-hand side, the lodge area, is that in the town of Killingly?
You mean
Yes.
the green blob?
Yeah, no, way over.
This entire map is in the town of Killingly.
The lime green color on, next to the
The
orange?
light green.
I can't tell you what zone that is, but I'm thinking it might be industrial corridor.
That one right there, yeah,
This one?
that you got the
That's-
pointer on.
I believe that's low-density zone.
So that's not,
That's low density.
that's low density.
Yep.
Okay, that's not something that's been transitioned to
No,
commercial.
what we were looking at when we looked up the zoning map, and this is actually, to be completely frank with you, when Frito-Lay was in here 2 months ago, we were just looking at the zoning map in the audience, and we came across this, and we put the overlay on, and we're like, wait a sec, because the Westcott property is the one that came up. And I was like, I wonder where that is. And when we looked it up, we found where it was, and I said, well, if that's general commercial, that's right around the corner from this property. And that's how we came upon it. And we just found that general commercial was sort of birthed from village commercial. So what we've done here is identify that there's village commercial to the south, village commercial to the east, and general commercial directly to the north. Just thought that it was an important data point as it relates to this application.
Yeah, one other thing that I've got anyway. Section 560D, protect property values and quality of life for those properties, neighboring earth fillings and excavation operations. So, that's as much of a concern to them as it is to somebody wanting to go in there and do something other than what's presently allowed in a rural development area.
And I think what we've tried to demonstrate is that there are many allowable uses in the rural development zone that could have more significant impact than the one that we're proposing as it would be in the GC zone. It's just in your zoning ordinance. I mean, you could put a full-scale recycling facility in there. I mean, that's what's in there. The conception, not by the commission, but in general, that rural development, and again, I had it first. When I look at the title, rural development, I'm thinking, oh, it's a rural development, you know. Then if you read it, so it's just development is detached from public services. And when you look at what's allowed in there, so you could clear cut this entire site tomorrow, turn it into a golf course. You could clear cut this site tomorrow and just sell the wood off and take the stumps out, mow it over, and hay it once a year. You know, I mean, it's all just there. That to be an agricultural use. So, to your point, I think the more important point is we would be held to the standards of today, not the standards of when the gravel operation was granted its initial permit. So anything that we do in there, you know, you talk about reclamation. As a function of developing this site, all of that area that's all disturbed now and not really reclaimed the way that it should have been by today's ordinance, you know, that would all go away. You know, we would be improving what's there today, and we would have a development in there. So, I mean, I don't know if that's a positive or a negative in the view of the commission, but if you're looking at it as a negative that the site is in the condition that it's in, and it doesn't really meet the standards of today's reclamation language, that would no longer be a concern as a function of us being able to go in there and put this type of a development together. So,
I'm sure you know that that highway that's closest to you is 695.
mm-hmm.
395 branches off, they branch off, and 395 goes to Worcester. This one here goes to Route 6.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, okay.
It was just, the points are similar, I think.
And for a while, when you were reading that document on how Killenly should develop economically, I thought you were making a pitch for the completion of 384 to 395. Okay.
I don't know anything about 384.
Oh, all right.
Where I live, I'd like to have Route 11 finished, and they aren't going to do that, I suspect, so.
That's where the money is for this highway, down there.
No,
And
it's
you guys
not.
haven't used it. I wanna-
Route 11 isn't going to be finished.
Okay, so do we have any more at this point?
The only additional, I guess, information that we have, and this may not be my place to ask for it, but I know that in my communication with the town and staff and the different commissions, just trying to get all of our ducks in a row, my understanding was that there was some economic data that I think Jill had prepared that we were not necessarily professionals and qualified to present. And I don't know if she's planning on presenting that or not. But other than that, the only thing I would say as it relates to closing from our perspective is this is a concept plan. And
There's a question and answer session going to happen next, so
Okay.
we're not closing.
No. I'm saying it's from just the applicant making the presentation prior to public comment, et cetera. Being that it's a concept, it truly is that. And I meant what I said, and I said this to the Conservation Commission when I met with them in person. We're open to suggestion. We're open to comment. We're not here to try to say that this is what we have to do, and that's it. Quite frankly, if you looked at it and said, you know what, we want 100-foot buffers, we would go back to the drawing board and take a look at it and see if that works for us. We're not opposed to working with the neighbors and working with the town. All we're looking for, and I had expressed this to one of the members of town council, and actually I made the comment in the Conservation Commission meeting that it was the most productive and welcoming meeting that I was there for. And there was a lot of communication back and forth. We actually got into, how would the public access this conservation land? We started talking about those possibilities. But it was a back and forth conversation working towards some compromise of a similar goal. That's what we're here for tonight. We're not here to try to hurt anybody's property values. We're not here to try to railroad the neighbors. We're not here to do any of that. And I think if you look at where we came from when I was sitting up here by myself with a simple zone change application, and I came back the second time, and we didn't have what you were looking for, to where we are today, forget the legal argument altogether. Just look at the concept plan and look at the way we're trying to develop and offer the information. We will continue that moving forward. We're just looking for the collaboration from the town. One of the words Jill used all the time was stakeholder. I and Douglas Construction are a stakeholder in Killingly. We own property in Killingly now. We are developers that are coming in looking to spend money in Killingly, which I think should be viewed as a good thing. We have an interest in the area. We like the area. And again, not that this falls on this commission, but staff has been great to work with. A lot of times it's hard to get the planner on the phone. Not here. So we're here to try to answer your questions, work with you, and I don't think that this plan, this is a piece to the information as it relates to a zone change. The zone change, I think there's plenty of information here tonight to discuss and contemplate and work on a zone change, and I personally think, after looking at the plan of conservation and development, looking at the words that Mr. Carey read that are directly from the language of that document and how it aligns with what we're looking to do, we would like to see our application granted, and then we'll be back again to further the compromise and the collaboration with the town and the neighbors to work towards something that could actually be built there.
Okay, commissioners, any additional questions at this point?
Yeah.
Go ahead, John.
I do have some. I might as well put it all out there so they can respond, I'll refer to one section, the intent section. Number 7, to minimize conflicts among users of land and buildings and to bring about the gradual conformity of uses of land and buildings throughout the town to the comprehensive plan herein set forth. 422, and I won't read the whole thing, but in there it refers to, if you want to change a designation, it has to adjoin the area that you're trying to change it to. Same thing with 432. Light industrial districts may be located adjacent to or nearby residential. 436, the intent, a business park district may be located adjacent to. In what you're proposing, other than a small access going in, and incidentally, that the piece of property that you're trying to add to it, I think that conforms with what has happened along major roads like that, where people have sold out and businesses have gone in, and you've pointed out one that's right up the road. They cut stone or something, and incidentally, they didn't do what they told us or they were gonna do. All their material is right out front, right where the road is. Everybody can view equipment, stones, everything else. But that piece of property, I would agree, that one, that's along with the plan of conservation. Main arteries, you could turn that into a commercial site. But the rest of it, and which is your main concern, the gravel operation, I mean, that's surrounded by a rural district. It's like Chesty Puller said it, the Chozan Reservoir, when he was told he was surrounded. He says, good, they can't get away. You got rural development all around you. I mean, that's their concern. I mean, Just give me a minute here, see if there's something else I left out. Oh, this village concept that they have. To my understanding, it was brought about in order to take care of the existing villages within the town of Killenly. I think there's, what was there, 4 districts or 5 districts. What do you do with them? They were there, they had businesses, they had housing, of all kinds of activity. So they created them. But again, it states that, if you expand it, you've got to put in buffer zones and everything else. The same sort of protections apply there. But it isn't as though they created a mixed-use area like that because they thought there was a need, and it does serve a need, I'll agree. I mean, that's the concept today. They talk about public transportation rather than driving an automobile, because everything is accessible within walking distance. But the reason that came about is because they were existing.
Any other points, John?
Pardon?
Any other points? Trying to keep it.
I was just checking so that I don't have to speak up again. Oh, and probably the only thing that would hinder you on that piece of property that you're going to acquire that borders Route 6 is there's a provision in there that says that you need 10 acres in order to make
A minimum of
a minimum of 10 acres. And that isn't 10 acres, so I guess that one too, they would need a special thing.
But the whole application combines over 180, so.
Yes, but
all it has
I'm just
to do
talking
is-
about that one section.
I
that they're
understand,
looking-
John, I understand, but we have to look at the application as a whole, not one lot separated from the other. Right, this is one application of 100.
I'm making a distinction between the one that they want to put this facility on and how they acquire this other section in order to make it possible, in order to have adequate access to the property. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
Berger? All right, any other comments?
Yeah, I think that's about correct.
I need to, but I just,
No, go
I
for
got
it.
three comments, and I appreciate your site plan. As you know, I've tried to keep this away from your site plan application, because this is an application for a zone map change, right? Again, just for the record, these are not the only uses allowed, although you're presenting what you guys believe is appropriate. Everybody in the audience should realize that everything in GC and in Village Commercial would be allowed. And no disrespect to the attorney either, some of those uses in GC might have a higher traffic count than what rural development does. I don't believe you've evaluated every single use from a traffic, generation point of view. So I just want to get that on the record. But a couple of facts that you've made, I was just curious if you have any data to support it. So you made a comment that staff gets weekly calls for general commercial activities, uses like this. Do we have anything in town? Were any facts gathered or generated that you can provide that shows the interest in GC land? Or is that just an anecdotal comment?
I'm not going to comment on the staff's data, but
Well, it's in your
staff,
report. It's in your report. That's why I'm asking.
sure, we collected that data from staff, but the staff is here, so
Okay.
I don't know the source of it, but
That's fine. Just I'm looking for facts in your report that you provide. So that's just an anecdotal statement in your report, so I appreciate that. The second thing was, you guys looked at existing general commercial land versus developed versus undeveloped. Did you have any data looking at that as well?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Sure. You said you looked at general commercial land available in town, developed versus undeveloped. Do you have any data supporting that, as well as what's available that's undeveloped versus what's available that needs to be redeveloped?
I can give you an example. There's a parcel, approximately 19 acres on Route 12, down in a hole. Was it a drive-in, maybe?
Yep.
That's right. So I called and inquired about that property, and the asking price for what it is not tenable for. It's just not where it should be for what the market is demanding today. So we've made inquiries and looked around for other parcels. That parcel is not suitable for the types of, like the magnitude of what we're looking to do.
Yep.
If there are other general commercially zoned parcels that could accommodate something like this, we'd be happy to look at them. Look, I'm here to be as transparent as possible. So we recently just closed on 54 acres on 101. We have another 50 acres that is
Wait,
under
a 101 and where?
I'm sorry, 101 and 395 behind the Aldi's.
Okay.
Okay. again, there's no reason for me to keep any cards close to my chest on this. I mean, I'm trying to be as upfront and honest with the commission as possible. We have another piece of property under contract. It's approximately 50 acres across from a municipal building on Route 12, 90 Putnam Pike, and this property here. So, like I said before, we have closed and invested in Killingly. We are looking to continue to do more, but we have been looking. And we've taken action. We've done a lot of due diligence. So do I have statistics for you right here? And like, do I have listings that I could show you? No. But this isn't like a single shot for us. We've been working in this area and looking at properties for quite some time.
No, understood. I'm just trying to get to the
Understood.
section 902 criteria. That's one of the criteria that's looked for, is available, supply of land available in the present and proposed zone.
Mhm.
So just curious if you had any data that you could provide, that answered that question.
So hard data in front that I can put in front of you today? No. What I can tell you is that nothing akin to this or even half of this that could accommodate this sort of development.
Okay, thank you.
Additionally, to your point, Mr. Card, completely agree. And the public should be fully aware. We've pulled 4 uses out of the general commercial zoning ordinance that we believe would work for this. There are a number of other uses inside the general commercial zoning ordinance. It's on the record. It doesn't matter. I'll be the first one to admit it. We could come in here after this is approved. We could come in here next month with an application for something that's not even on this concept plan. That is the reality of the situation. But that's the process, right? So it's sort of like a quagmire. That information should be out there, and all I can do is say, these uses, this conservation land, these buffers, on the record, these are the uses that we've contemplated. This is what we think would have legs in Killingly on this site.
No, and I agree, and that's
Yeah.
that's a reputational statement, and I'm glad you put it out there.
Sure, yeah,
It's your business reputation. Again, I want to make sure everyone understands.
Agreed.
The fact is, you could turn around and sell it, another party could come in and do a permitted by use
That's true.
development, and all it is a site plan review. It's not a special permit.
Is there is there any procedure
So.
that we could be going down that would eliminate that? Is there some alternative procedure that we're not aware of that would eliminate that possibility?
Yeah, none that I'm aware of. I mean, attorneys might be able to think about something down the road, but I don't think that's for discussion.
No, that's fine. We're just trying to go down a road that's accessible to us.
No, I'm just trying to make sure everybody's aware.
Yes.
When we look at this, we're looking
Metaphorically
at the
speaking,
land.
Yes.
road.
Yes.
We're looking at the land and all the potential uses on the land. That's part of our job,
Yes.
not just the concept plan in front of us. So.
That's absolutely correct. The concept plans were produced because one of the reasons that the application was denied in the fall was that there were no concept plans presented.
Understood.
So I think what happened was they chose the ones they think most likely. But there's no, if they don't sell the property, but they come back in here with an application for something that's not on the concept plans and totally antithetical to them, I think that would severely detract from their credibility with the commission and the likelihood of that application being granted.
And
Not for a site plan review.
Not
It
for
needs-
site
it needs
plan, but if they
it's
come
allowed.
in for a special permit,
Special
you
permit
have a lot of
statement,
discretion there
again,
still.
Understood, but if they have a bad reputation, it's not a criteria for us to be
No,
denied.
you're right, absolutely.
but here's what's important. And look, I don't know the regs like you know them, but if we could just back away from the regs for a second and just it would be very foolish of me as someone who just invested in Killingly, okay, significant development dollars in Killingly, right next to Killingly Commons, right there, 50-plus acres. Why would I look to ruin my reputation in the eyes of the Planning and Zoning Commission or the town of Killingly? I've chosen to put my money where my mouth is and go to work in Killingly, right? So I agree with what you're saying. It's the facts, absolutely. And I'm telling you, on 60-plus years of Douglas construction and my reputation, not that you know me that well, but these are the uses that we're contemplating for this site. And this is the site plan. Without knowing what we can do, we can only show you what we think would be acceptable if we ever put it to market for tenants. So this is what we've developed. It's kind of a box we're in. It's a little bit of the chicken and the egg. So we're trying to accommodate the requests of the Planning and Zoning
Great,
Commission.
thank you.
I would also just very quickly point out that it seems to me that the existing conditions on the site will militate against most uses, if not all uses, that would otherwise be allowed in the zone. that the commission might find less attractive than the ones that were presented tonight. I mean, the topography will be such that there'll be protection to the neighbors as is. So this is obviously a legitimate concern and an accurate statement of what the law is. It's a problem with all zone changes, boundary changes, and text changes, that you just can't condition the approval on representations made during the process. But that being said, I think you have a lot of protections, given the site and given the uses that overlap in the GC zone already with the RD zone.
Okay. Anybody wants to speak in favor first? In favor? Anybody?
That's just the way it goes.
It's
It's a
just-
procedure.
Okay, none? Anybody against?
Mr. Chair, we do have 2 callers on the line as well, but I would have to unmute them to find out.
If you want to put them first so that we can. The cost of public participation.
They'd have to accept the unmute, so feel free.
All right, somebody wants to come from the audience to speak? Identify your name, your address.
My name is Bruce Aiken, 785 South Frontage Road. I've got a list of concerns, but one is the apparent lack of concern for the neighbors of the applicant's representation. But be that as it may, there were some statements made about this being, this is an idea, just a concept. But numbers were floated of $500,000 of tax revenue and jobs and contractors. So those are theoretical also. I just want to make sure that nobody missed that. I also have concerns that a lot of effort was made to protect the people on Snake Meadow. Whether it's sufficient or not, it remains to be seen. But I don't see any protection for us on South Frontage. My backyard is at between 430 and 450 feet above sea level, and I back up to the north end of that property line, that red line. And as it is right now, I can see just about the entire site from my back deck. So I don't see any protections there. My other concern is significant safety concern. The amount of accidents that we've had on Route 6, whether it's an entrance from Snake Meadow or it's an entrance from this site with dump trucks, or even people just going from South Frontage up Route 6. It's a terrible, terrible area, and people making left turns at the top of Route 6 onto other roads. Comment was made about 395 being the central hub. Well, the only way to get to 395 from Route 6 west is to go on South Frontage to Ross Road, or do a U-turn after you go under 395. So it's all back roads unless some major construction is done. And not to mention, to go north on 395, there's been multiple accidents because there's exiters and people entering and exiting at the same spot. So it's not a great area to add a list of trucks. Now, if this does in fact take place, a warehouse is gonna have, I mean, I'd be shocked if there weren't significantly greater traffic entering and exiting at all hours. And operations going 24 hours a day. I know we didn't talk about the lighting, the downward lighting, but we're gonna see that from our backyard as well. And the area at the northwest corner where the road, the existing road turns when it rains, that's underwater. So I don't know how you plan to address that as well. I appreciate the time to talk, but I'm concerned about safety, and if there are multiple wells drilled, I don't know what the impact would be to mine, but thank you for the time.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else?
Hi, Edith Cody, 583 Providence Pike, Dennison. I have a question from a neighbor of mine as well. He would like to know, where do they plan on getting the water for the fire suppression system? And if they put in a well pump to supply the storage tank, could that drain our wells? I think we're all in a little bit of a concern is putting something back there gonna take away from our wells that have been fine. This could cause a problem for us, or even more construction back there dirtying the water that we get coming in now. I have seen that before happen, so. And for me, you talk about this red line on the property and about how the water goes and the 100-year flood pattern that you got there. My basement has flooded because of what they already did years ago, putting that road in and changing, because my property goes up gradually. So when they put that road and everything back there, it created a dip, and then they put in some pipes. And I don't know if you remember a few years back, we had that 100-year storm that was terrible. My basement flooded terrible. The water coming down off that hill was like a raging river right into my house. So I'm concerned that they change anything more back there, that something else could get even worse for my property because of where I sit on that hill. And the traffic on Route 6, honey, you don't live there. And let me tell you, my house shakes every time an 18-wheeler drives by. Because I'm on a hill right there. My property's up, it reverberates through that hill. And I can't imagine having more traffic coming through there. And I've been there 16 years, and I've gradually seen it getting worse since we put in Walmart and all those other stores. The 18-wheelers taking shortcuts to Route 6, maybe avoiding tolls somewhere else down in Rhode Island or whatever. But don't tell me that a distribution center ain't gonna add more trucks on my street in front of my house, because that's bullshit. Sorry for the language, but it is. I understand that I don't have the right to that property. I get it. It ain't mine. I don't own it. But what I do own, I'm worried about, and I'm concerned about getting out of my driveway, not getting killed with the traffic that comes from Westcott and the other road coming up and down that road. It's dangerous. I've seen people get killed there. That's it. Thanks. You're welcome.
Well, my name is Kevin Allsworth. I live at 85 Snake Meadow, so I'm a direct abutter to the property.
Can you spell the last name?
ALLSWORTH. And just to address a couple of things, I know the attorney had mentioned that he does have the right to develop his property, and he is correct. And I think, as the attorney said, not to be, was it the words you said, flippant? He has a right to develop it as a rural development as it's zoned now. It is your determination to whether he can change that, okay? I don't think anybody here is necessarily against him developing his property. But I think he's being a little disingenuous, saying, I'm trying to be transparent, saying I don't have any plans, but then on the other hand, saying the same out of the same mouth is like, oh, this would be a great place for a warehouse. And I want to be a good neighbor. I don't think any of these three gentlemen live next to a warehouse with 18-wheelers. Now, you can access that from Route 6, but as we all know, even though Route 6 is 50 miles an hour, everybody goes down there 65 to 70, which is why there are a lot of deaths right at the bottom there at Westcott Road where people come in and out. So I think there's a lot of concern there. And I think he's put a little bit of the, the cart before the horse. He said, again, I have no definitive plans. Well, if you don't have any definitive plans, then what is the need for the change for the zoning? So either they don't have a plan, they don't really need to change until I have a plan, or he's being disingenuous and saying, trying to slip something in. A lot of times developers will do that. I'll slip it in, let me get me the zoning change, and then I'll start doing something else. And then I'll slip this in a little bit, and then slip this in a little bit. People in this area, it's a rural area. It's a residential area. We've moved there for that reason. I don't think anybody on the board lives next to a warehouse or a distribution center with lights on 24/7. and see that glow from your backyard. So,
Oh, no,
I'm just concerned.
I get the glow from the Killingly Common.
Yeah, and like I said, I understand, I know, yeah, other than yourself, exactly. So you know what we're talking about.
Okay.
Okay? We're there for a reason, and we're there for a long time for a reason. Again, I'm not saying that he shouldn't develop his property. I really am. I'm not. But I think he needs to come in with a solid plan, with an actual plan on what he wants to do before he comes in and asks for a zoning change. Thank you.
Gil Simmons, 129 Snake Meadow Road. I have a list of a petition here so that we don't change the zoning here. And to also let everybody know that abutters do matter in Killingly here. They're citizens here. The signatures that I have here represent over 50% of the people. And they respectfully have submitted their signatures to let people know it's a great disapproval. Thank you.
Can I ask 50% of what people? Just you
People
said
that are abutters.
Thank you. Just so clear, just to clear on 50% of what people, and you need to provide that list to
The staff.
Staff, if you would, please.
SIMMONS.
Mr. Simmons, can I have that list, please, the
Yes, you
petition?
can.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, at this point, I'd like to request a 3 to 5 minute break so we can verify.
All right, we'll take a break for 5. Sorry, ma'am.
Now, why don't you let her
Oh,
go
go ahead
first?
and
She's already
speak.
up at the podium.
Thank you. Thank
Then
you.
a 5-minute break.
I've been waiting all night. I just want to say that you're all some very patient people. I appreciate the job you do. I'm Melissa Phillips, 635 Providence Pike. I am an abutter. I am directly abutting 613, to give you an idea where I'm located. So I'll try to just list out my concerns without taking up too much of your time, but number 1 is noise. Number 2 is lights. Number 3 is traffic. There was mention that in one of the letters we received that the developers were focusing on lesser traffic producing uses. And I'm like, well, one of the options listed is warehouse distribution. So I don't know how that is a lesser traffic producing use. I feel like this plan goes against the town's plan of conservation and development, which calls to preserve the rural character of our town. Another concern is the desirability of the homes in the area and how it'll affect home values as well. I feel another issue of concern is the zoning change opens up the potential for zoning changes all up and down Route 6, which will totally change the character of that area. I know it was addressed by the presenters that there's not other suitable locations in this town, but that was one thing I was thinking, why would this not occur in other areas or parcels that are already designated and more suitable for this type of use, rather than in people's backyards in a very rural part of our town. The not disclosing, and it's been mentioned by other citizens that came up tonight, not disclosing the intent is bothersome to me, because without knowing this, how this zoning change, what would be allowed or disallowed, makes it hard to, feel that it's a good thing. It's like a red flag to me. There was 3 option uses listed, and I actually have a question. Am I allowed to ask a question?
You can ask a question, but
Okay, well,
She has to direct it to the chair.
yeah.
Okay, my question is, I thought the 4 options listed were 4 possible different uses, but in this conceptual plan, it's showing 4 all on the same, like they would have all 4 of those things on the same parcel. That confused me.
Go ahead, answer. Mary.
I believe what they were trying to show is uses that would be allowed under the general commercial. If I remember correctly, when they were here prior to, they themselves construct only certain types of general commercial buildings and structures. And some of those copies of those things that they have constructed are part of the application to show you what they have done before. But this is just a conceptual plan. This is how it's saying within the area that they're, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that within the area that they're planning to develop, these are the things that if they were to create what we call a campus, these are the things of what could go on and where they would most likely be able to go. It's just, again, to give you an idea that all those uses are available and that they can be more than one use at one lot.
Okay, thank you. It makes it even less meaningful to me because they're just all plopped on there, so. And that surprised me. I thought they were saying any one of these are examples. And I thought a couple of them were pretty far-fetched for that size parcel and for all the conversation about traffic, et cetera. So the narrative states that Route 6 is more than adequate to support a commercial development of this nature, yet no one in this room knows what this commercial development is. Like, it's a big secret, so that is like a red flag to me. Because if they know that Route 6 is suitable for it, then obviously they know what kind of traffic they're gonna be putting out on Route 6. I worry from the issues that were mentioned about safety and danger on Route 6, the noise. Like, I don't know how this would be situated, pulling out onto Route 6, going up the hill right in front of my house. I'll hear trucks all times of the night, I assume, if it's some kind of warehouse distribution, and possible lights from whatever kind of entrance and exit they have out onto 6. So that is a concern for me personally. Okay, another thing I wanted to say is the narrative, and even in the presentation tonight, to me seems to scream warehouse distribution, because it talks about 550,000 square feet of building, and they were, touting that, oh, it only covers 7% of the land, but 550,000 square feet, I don't know a lot about size of buildings, but that sounds ginormous to me. And so, and several times tonight, the term warehouse was used also by the presenters. So it only makes me think that that's what's happening. And another thing in the narrative that made me think that is it mentions the parcel being particularly suitable to help with supply chain disruptions that have led to empty shelves given our central location of Boston, Worcester, Hartford, Providence, etc. None of those other option uses would have anything to do with supply chain disruptions. So again, to me, it's screaming warehouse distribution. And then I just want to note that in the attorney this evening compared Route 6 to Route 395, and I'm just like shaking my head. How can you compare Route 6 to 395? There's no home sitting along the edge of Route 6. There's no buffers like a major highway has. So I don't think there's any comparison. So I just wanted to add that as well. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. If you want to accumulate these and make a comment at the end, I'm sure that's what you'd like to do, so. Okay, 5 minutes, people.
Well, that one's a union one.
Oh, that's three.
And I'm a union.
You're a union. You're special. Okay, you go. It's a senior citizens only. I look at it. Well, right, it's required for the presentation. I look at criteria, yeah, So can
Come on. Come on. Good girl. Yeah.
I made a text. Just so you know. It was worth it. What do you want? You cold?
Okay, I'll
You're
just,
wa-
no, no,
I'm cold.
I'll just put the jacket.
No, I'm younger than you. I can take it.
Careful, we're unmuted.
We're unmuted, and your
Hi.
mic's on. Better cut your light off.
I didn't say it out loud. I don't usually whine about wanting to go home, but. Oy, oy, oy.
We ended up.
I'm gonna just make it a little bit less. How's a gale force wind?
Oh, yeah, she's doing.
Go ahead.
59:60. Oh, okay, that's 5 minutes. Just checking. Call back to order.
Sorry
Call
about
back
that.
to order. Any more comments, people? I don't have a hammer, so I don't need it.
My name's Steve Severino. I'm at 88 Snake Meadow Road. Try not to cover anything that's already been discussed. But I just want to say, that this is no small zone change. This is a whole division, a whole business park, if we will, that's going forward. I'm concerned about the traffic coming through on Route 6. And I've looked on the internet, I've seen several pieces of commercial land. There's 323 acres off of Westcott Road down by 395. There's 166 acres on Rock Avenue. So there is other land that's already zoned commercially for this. And I'd like to read a section of the Plan of Conservation Development, the 2020 to 2030. This is section 3.5 for land use. The land use section describes the desired location, distribution, the extent of land for such use as agricultural, housing, business, open space, and natural resources, recreation, public facilities, education, and more. The intent is to guide the physical growth, use, and development of Killingly through the year of 2030. In that, the goal of that is to provide the development of Killingly in the approach that balances the natural environment with residential housing and business industrial development that are appropriate to the context of the community. Policy 1 is the plan and implement responsible development and redevelopment of the community. The action is development should be accommodated within the appropriate zoning in existing neighborhoods and should be kept to the appropriate scale and design to minimize impact upon existing neighborhoods. Responsible parties for that are planning and zoning and the planning and development staff. The time frame for that is ongoing. The second action is to maintain rural and limited development areas that do not have access to public utilities such as sewer and water. Again, the responsible parties are planning and zoning and the planning and development staff. The time frame for that is ongoing. The second policy that comes in there is encourage and promote businesses development within the designated commercial industrial areas that are already in existence. Establish guidelines that encourages businesses that fit the character of the area, and they give an example, smaller businesses in downtown Danielson corridor with larger businesses in Route 12 and 101 area. Again, responsible parties are planning and zoning and the planning and development staff, and the time frame for that is ongoing. And this land does not fit in what they had mapped out in the POCD area, that this was all rural. And thank you for listening.
Thank you. Anybody else at this point? Please don't do that.
My name is Stephen McCormick, live at 8 Wolf Den Road, Brooklyn, Connecticut. I own a couple properties in Killingly at 42 Mechanic Street and also 26 Oak Street. My initial thoughts about the request for a zone change is that in this particular zone, it would be very dangerous for the community. One, because it's setting the precedence. You're going to see several other properties along US 6 changing to GC. Secondly, because the general commercial zone is one of the broadest zones in town for commercial development. It's going to open a Pandora's box to this neighborhood and allow, for example, permitted and special permit allows warehouse. You could have Amazon come over here and buy the property and say, we're going to open up a 2 million square foot distribution center, which would be right ideal for them, going between the locations. You could also have another company here say that zoning allows hotels and amusement parks, water parks. You could have another developer similar to Foxwoods or Mohegan Sun say, we want to put in, 100 acres and 2 million or 1 million square foot of, development there. You're going to have tons of traffic galore. Not even mention distribution. You can also, this zone also allows amusement like a football stadium or recreation stadium where you could have 50,000 people at once coming to a big, huge event at one time. Imagine how much traffic flow would be on US 6 at that time, especially when the game gets out, with all the lights and headlights. I'm for development in Killingly. This was when I purchased property here. But I'm thinking about if I lived in the neighborhood of the neighbors that are here, when you rezone, you open a Pandora's box and anybody could buy this property and do anything that's allowed in the GC zone. Is the broadest commercial zone of anything in the whole town. So you look at anything you can possibly do. Yes, the developers made a nice proposal and shared some ideas of what he'd like to see happen. If that's the case, he can still do what he wants to by simply requesting an amendment to the current zone and say, I would like to be able to put a small office park here and a small amount of contractor warehouse and a small amount of self-storage. Okay, so the traffic's gonna be minimal to maybe 1,000 people, during the daytime. But once you rezone it, you allow anybody to come in and do anything, and then the zoning commission has to try to fight not just this crowd, but probably 10 times this crowd, because now that whole corridor is going toward general commercial, and it's going to change the whole environment of the agricultural development zone. And so that's what my thoughts are about this. Not that I'm against development. I think we need development for, decreased taxes, higher income tax base. And my final thought is that the more development you have in the agricultural area, where you have limited public utilities, water, water and sewer, what impact is a large development going to do on the aquifer? Because the aquifer, you don't know how much water's in that aquifer over there that's supplying all the wells to these people. If it's all drained out by a huge development in the site, then we have a disaster going on with all the residents there in that area. But those are some thoughts, and I appreciate the chairman mentioning that this is a zone change, and when it's changed, someone could buy it and put anything else in that zone that I mentioned earlier. So that's the reason why it's dangerous. And if they want to do some office and some small contractor space, some small storage space, fine. Have an amendment to the current zoning, and then when they come in for approvals, limit that development so it doesn't impact severely, the residents that live around there, in that area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else that would like to speak to this application?
Good evening. My name is Carol Cooper Riley. I live over on Cook Hill Road, so I'm on the other side of the space there. But I did grow up on Snake Meadow Road also. I've lived here in Killingly most of my life, worked for the town of Killingly, and I'm super familiar with Route 6. As it is right now, I'm on the board of directors for the Ambulance Corps, and I ran on the Ambulance Corps as an EMT for probably 40 years. Also part of the fire department. The fire department is a volunteer, so it's nice what he said about that. But also, if you add something like that, you're adding a huge amount to both of your EMS services. The traffic is my biggest concern. Right now, to get out of Snake Meadow Road or Cook Hill, you're taking your life in your hands. There are so many accidents, and as I said, 35, 40 years of working on the ambulance, many, many fatalities, many, many accidents. I was in one 5 years ago on Route 6 too, almost didn't survive. So you are going to allow some, and you're always looking at some growth in the town. But I think we should be very concerned and very careful of what we allow in there. Route 6 can only support so much traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else who would like to speak?
Jason Anderson, 125 Lake Road. Gentleman here spoke about being good neighbors, yet minutes later they talked about discrediting what the neighbors' opinions were. I found that rather disturbing. Being a neighbor of an industrial park and a neighbor of warehouse distribution centers, I can speak to the impacts from traffic, the impacts from noise, the impact from lighting. I have recently almost got run over by a tractor trailer while I was going around one of the S-turns on Lake Road. The truck was completely on my side of the road. So no matter what the speed limit is, no matter what you do to try and limit the use of Jake or exhaust brakes, especially considering the hills in that area on Route 6, there's going to be noise from the truck traffic, any truck traffic coming through there, not just right at the facility. It's going to be leading up to it. The whole area, we got to consider it's not just right at the facility where the traffic's going to be impacted. It's going to be everybody living along Route 6 in that area, because the traffic will go by all their homes. Also saying that they're good neighbors. When we look at the Frito-Lay expansion, Frito-Lay came before the town council with their proposal. Douglas Construction's never come before the town council.
The only council member they spoke to was a council member after a planning and zoning meeting who was a liaison from the council. They never brought up any proposal, never asked the council what their thoughts were as far as the council's opinion of what direction they want to go as far as developing the town. It has been said recently to the town council that it would be a great idea if the town council would give planning and zoning a direction as to where the council wants to go and where the council sees the town going. That was brought up during the town council's goal-setting meeting, and that is one of our goals that we reached during the goal-setting meeting, is we want to look into, we know there's an important balance between growth in the community, but also maintaining the rural nature of our community. The council wants to look into developing a vision commission, basically to bring in members from different boards, commissions, members of the community, stakeholders, whether it be business owners, town staff, to get an idea of the long-term direction that Killenly wants to go to, separate of what the town council's direction is. So that way it's not just a company coming in saying, well, we want to change this because this is where we want to see it going. It takes everybody's opinions in because this is a community. We're all part of that. It is great to hear how supportive town staff and how responsive town staff was. One thing I do want to recognize is the commission members here, they're all volunteers. They're not getting paid to do this. And this commission specifically, you guys spend more hours devoted to the tasks you have than any other commission, and I give you a lot of credit for it because it's not easy. And trying to go through my notes. Back to the good neighbor part. NTE, and I brought this up back in October, NTE offered property owners around where their development would be a property value guarantee. And I had asked a gentleman from Douglas Construction if this was something they would consider. He couldn't give me an answer then. It's been months now. I'm curious as to if they've even discussed that. If it's something they would be willing to offer property owners surrounding the facility. One concern I do have is anytime you're tapping into the aquifer, I listened to Connecticut Water give a presentation to the town council roughly 5-6 years ago before I was on the council. And one of the questions that the chairman at the time, Dave Griffiths, posed to them was, do you know what the refresh rate of the aquifer is? And this is our water utility company. And Connecticut Water couldn't tell the council what the refresh rate of the aquifers were. So if the water utility can't tell that, we can't expect small businesses or any corporations coming in who aren't a water utility to be able to know what the refresh rate of the aquifer they're tapping into is, and how it could impact local neighbors. That was one big concern I had before was, and I brought it up with Connecticut Water on my own, what happens if they start tapping in the aquifer for a big project like NTE and wells start running dry? Where does that leave the homeowners? And they had no answer. There was nothing they could do to help the homeowners. One thing I had brought up, this was before I was on the council, was that the town council should use money from a community environmental benefits agreement from NTE to protect homeowners whose wells could be affected by the draining of the aquifer to feed that facility. I would love to see, if somebody's going to develop this parcel, something similar be put in a place where there is money available to homeowners if all of a sudden your wells start running dry once they start tapping in the aquifer. I completely understand we do need to balance development. The town needs to continue to grow. Without continued growth, the cost of everything keep going up to operate the town, whether on the Board of Ed side or on the town government side. The costs have to be absorbed somewhere, and if the town doesn't continue to grow, then we have to increase our tax rate. And that's one thing I don't want to keep burdening our taxpayers with, which is I do want to see growth, but I know we need, it's been mentioned by staff that we do need to look at possible areas to have industrial development, because right now our industrial park is pretty full. There's not much room in there. But to change zoning on a parcel like this, where it's already rural residential, I have concerns about changing it and the impact that it would have to the neighbors. especially when there isn't a concrete plan in place as far as what's gonna go there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Hi, Randall Simmons, 107 Snake Meadow Road, Danielson, Connecticut. Wow, learned a lot about aquifers today. I have a 5-foot dug well, so I wonder what that'll do to me. Literally, it's a dug well. So pretty worried about that one. But I've also do have traffic concerns on Route 6 since I have been in an accident on there trying to turn into Snake Meadow Road. You can do all the statistics you want. You can go to the state of Connecticut and you can measure the road and it can handle the weight of the truck or whatever, but unless you live on that road, I guess you really don't know what that traffic's really like. Besides the noise, Jake brakes going down, whatever. South Killingly is one of 5 villages that's never been manufacturing. It's always been rural. Why change it? I mean, you have all these other villages that have these commercial areas. You have one last Green Valley area in Killingly, and South Killing's that. So, might not be as eloquent as some of the other people that spoke today, but it is worth not changing to commercial. I mean, the industrial park is what, 166 acres? That's 187. Wow, that says a lot. So that's pretty much all I got. I think everyone else has said pretty much I had our notes for. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Hi, I'm Deborah Saratelli. I live, gentlemen, pretty much diagonally across the street from your project. The lighting, the noise, the traffic. Where I live now, I've had a tractor-trailer truck damage my property. I've had a car flip over into my property. There's been motorcycle accidents. There was a school bus accident with young children on it, right in front of the property, diagonally across the street from your proposal. Also, just before, all kinds of accidents all the time. There's a lot of traffic on that road, and I'm hoping that this doesn't go forward.
Thank you. Anybody else? Almost got it right.
Hi, James Saratelli, 560 Providence Pike. Like to start off to thank you all. This is very time-consuming for you all, and I appreciate the efforts. I'll try to keep this short. Just several points which many have touched on already, but as was mentioned, this is just simply a conceptual plan. This gentleman, I'm sure he's very well-intentioned, but at the same time, he's a businessman. Once this, if ever gets approved, there's no going backwards. If he gets the property prepared and someone like Amazon comes along and blows him away with an offer, he's a businessman, he's gonna take it. Again, many accidents, dozens of accidents, and that just on that stretch of road. Within the last 2 years, there was actually a fatality probably within 200 yards of the proposed in and out of the project here. Just, you know, if you don't think that adding hundreds of more cars in and out there is not going to be a detriment to the people that live there, you should try pulling in and out of there on a Friday afternoon at 5 o'clock, getting in and out of your property. But anyway, also was mentioned about a brook to the east of the property. I'm gonna kind of paraphrase what he said, but he mentioned that, you know, he could raise the grade and put a 50-foot building up and it wouldn't affect that, and I would agree with that. As you know, the property, it is more elevated to the east and the elevation goes down to the west. I know Snake Meadow Brook runs directly to the west of that property. I haven't heard any mention of that. I mean, naturally, things go down, they don't go up. So, you know, any kind of erosion, any spills, anything like that, I would be concerned for, you know, the brook there, the Snake Meadow Brook. Also, you know, to talk about Westcott Road, the the property there, it's like, what, 5 acres or something like that? It's a very small commercial use property, which is no comparison to this type of a project. And, you know, I think that area is more well-served for these smaller type of commercial use, such as the Westcott Road property that was brought up. Also, the gravel pit, or whatever it's called, that was being used there, very, very low impact on the residents there. There may have been 6 or 12 trucks in and out of there daily at the most, and oftentimes there were days where there was no action, nothing there at all. So, I mean, it didn't affect the residents there whatsoever. And lastly, as the lady here mentioned, South Killingly Fire Department is a very small volunteer fire department. I don't know if it's been even addressed as to what kind of a extra added burden that would be put on to them to have such a big project as this to take care of as well. So that's all I have. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? That's everybody? Anne Marie, the call-ins ones?
Do we have anybody on call-in? We have received a few letters. If you want, I can give you, I've been given an, nice.
Excuse me, please.
So we do have a 860 number that ends in 46 on the call. Are you looking to speak to the application? Nope. Nothing. We also have an 860 number with a 27 as the end. Are you looking to speak to the application? You have to accept the unmute request. Nothing at this time.
Okay, Anne Marie, what do you want? You want to read those in, or what?
I can give an overview. They've all been posted to our website, and you have received
Yeah.
all of them. So I'll just give a brief
Brief
overview. The first one was from a woman by the name of Christy Wallace. She lives at 71 Halls Hill Road. I will just read her first paragraph so you can understand. I am a landowner with real estate located within the effective vicinity of 605 and 613 Providence Pike in Danielson, Connecticut, that Douglas Construction is seeking to acquire and change the zoning in from a rural development to general commercial. I am writing you in strong opposition to the proposal of this change as a resident of the affected area. She basically states that it's zoned rural for a reason. She's talking about farms, agricultural operations, private homes and properties. It upsets her for a multitude of personal reasons. She wanted to start her farm. Now she's going into national competitions with some of her livestock. They make soap and other products. They also farm chickens for eggs, meat, turkey, flowers, fruits, and other vegetables. She's claiming that the animals could get stressed out with excess noise and potentially pose environmental hazards to her crops. She's concerned about possible environmental hazards in relationship to her property. She's concerned about drinking water. She doesn't want to be contaminated. She's afraid that the wildlife will be disturbed, the surrounding state park that nears it and wetlands that surround it will be at risk for contamination from waste from the proposed development site. And again, she's concerned about the impact and if it does really meet with the plan of conservation and development. The next letter I received, public comment, was from Lori T. Crafts and Glenn R. Crafts, just basically saying that she's writing on behalf of herself and her husband. Make it known that they're opposed to the zone change application and that they own property at 105 Halls Hill Road in Danielson. Another letter we received is one from Donna Bronwell. We received this in January before they made the presentation to the Conservation Commission. This is her personal opinion for she lives at 699 Bailey Hill Road in East Killenly. She's against rezoning any to a 100-acre parcel from rural development. She wants to protect Killenly's rural character and healthy air. She's worried about removing forested trees to degrade air quality. Then the last one I've got was from Mike Montville. He lives at, he lives farther down on Route 6. He's at 30 Griffins Road in Danielson. He says Route 6 is a direct route to his house. He's been living there for 15 years. And again, he is concerned about the accidents. He's saying that the road is dangerous. And he's saying that where they want to rezone was actually one of the worst sections. And he's added about that the overall additional traffic is going to add to more accidents and overall pollution. And he's worried about the possible value effects in the home. He's saying that he's for business, especially local, and he's concerned that he would like a stoplight put in at the intersection. And the burden should not be on the taxpayers of the town, but on Douglas Construction. And he's worried about the extra traffic. And that's it. Lori T. Kraft and Glenn R. Kraft.
Okay. Did we want to, what, you want to make comments or responses?
Yes, I'm just organizing it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Jim Rossman to speak to traffic. That's fine. Traffic, wells, and aquifer concerns, as well as stormwater management and flooding. Jim?
So I'm Jim Rossman with Stady Engineering. So in terms of why a zone change in advance of a full site plan, it's a matter of economics. So in order to fully realize the value of this property, if we were to go in the reverse order and come forward to this commission with a full site plan, we're orders of magnitude more expensive to bring a plan that would require two operations. We'd have an application for a zone change that, should it be denied, the value of that was input in the engineering and the development of a major site plan development like what's proposed here would be negated right out of the gate. So that's why you're not seeing full site plans. The developer is looking at this in terms of, can we get something that we can utilize as a piece of property for a given use and have that zone change take place prior to the investment, a major investment in engineering costs. So that's number one. So that comes up a number of times. And
Somebody's on the telephone.
What are you doing? They could see my number.
Correct.
Here you go. There you go. It was 03 something.
So in terms of traffic capacity, typically traffic engineers look at the carrying capacity of given highways, streets, and rural roads, and they're categorized by their ability to pass a certain number of cars or traffic safely by design. Currently, Route 6 in this area is categorized as a Class B highway by the state of Connecticut. There is ample geometry to make traffic pass safely through this area, according to the state of Connecticut. We have looked at, or the traffic engineer has looked at, the number of accidents that have taken place here, where they took place, what the root causes of those accidents were, and still assess the impact of this development, given the uses that are shown in this concept plan. Saying that the carrying capacity of Route 6 was still adequate to maintain the volume of traffic which would be generated by this development. That said, two things will happen. A site plan with full engineering design, including traffic engineering, would have to come in front of this board and be approved by you. Should that take place and is approved by you, it would then pass on to DOT for an STC permit. So State Traffic Authority, what do they call themselves now? Office of State Traffic Authority, used to be called the State Traffic Authority, for their review. And then under their review, they would also look at the carrying capacity of the highway, the future needs of Route 6, and then they would make additional demands of the developer in order to improve or make traffic safety improvements that supported the highway immediately adjacent to them. And then one of the demands, which could be implemented, would be the installation of a traffic light. Now, that traffic light, should it be deemed necessary by the Office of State Traffic Authority, should it be deemed necessary, then Douglas would have to bear the cost of that. That would not be a taxpayer input into the development. That would be borne solely by the developer. So in terms of water, let's start with stormwater management. So under the current regulation, stormwater management would be handled in front of two commissions, your Wetland Commission and this current body, the Planning and Zoning Commission. We would have to come forward with a full water quality management design, including E&S control measures, that would support and show that we're maintaining the current runoff rates given the change in material permeability on the site. So impermeable surfaces would have greater runoff, yada yada. At that time, we would be dealing with how to mitigate that runoff and how to ensure that the water that left the developed site would be maintained in a clean and uniform fashion so that all the downstream recipients would get the same water quality or better coming off of our site as it currently receives. For the fire use side of water, we're not talking about the installation of major commercial wells here. We're talking about private supply wells, which would serve by building. So when we're talking about recharge rates of aquifers, we're talking about minimalistic demands for the uses that are shown on the concept plan. We're not talking about supplying regions or regional water districts with a commercial style well where we're pumping hundreds of gallons out of the aquifer as opposed to tens of gallons. So the sizing of those wells would be just like we would be adding homes to this property. So the recharge rate of this aquifer, while it would be difficult to quantify, is not unquantifiable. There are certainly hydrologists out there that could address some of those questions. But when we talk about well supply, we're talking about small domestic demands for sanitary, washing, septic systems, that kind of use, as opposed to process style water where we're talking about hundreds of gallons. As we move forward with development potential, each one of those categories would also receive scrutiny by your NDDH for the public health code compliance. So we would have to demonstrate the water use and the water demands. And then on top of that, we would have to show how the extraction of water wouldn't be detrimental to the areas that are served. So we would have to show the appropriate well arcs, we'd have to show the appropriate gallons, we'd have to show the appropriate storage. Should we have one well that serves multiple buildings, we would also have to supply water quality measures in that supply, because you're talking about basically a communal well at that point. When we talk about fire protection, those wells would not be used or utilized directly for the suppression of fire. The well would be used to supplement the cistern such that the cistern was always full of water in the event of an emergency. So in the event that something were to happen, every fire department in the area is supplied with or has pumper trucks and tanker trucks which deliver water to the site. We're talking about the first hour of an emergency. That's what the cisterns would basically be designed to cover. It's about the immediacy of fire suppression, not the long-term suppression of a given fire. So, as Nick has indicated, that would be part of the building process for the mechanical and the plumbing engineers to determine the water demands based on the building code. The sizing of those would be shown on the site plan, such that it could be reviewed by your fire marshal, so they could see that compliance was met for each of those demands. So I also understand some of the comments that came out regarding traffic and speeds and some of the operational areas. No developer can control the operation of motor vehicles on a given road by anybody. No developer has that authority. So while we talk about would the additional traffic impact the road itself, that would be the extent of how we can integrate our designs in with the users of those current facilities. But we can't dictate to any given trucker when they can or can't use various braking operations, how they drive their truck, whether they drive it in a safe speed or manner, nor can we do anything regarding the long-term use of other properties up and down Route 6. Now, I am also, well, I'm not quite a Killingly resident, I live just across the line in Sterling. I drive Snake Meadow Road, I'm on Route 6 all the time. I know what the traffic patterns look like here, and in all honesty, by keeping the development traffic off of Snake Meadow Road and utilizing the connection with the Route 6 corridor, you're using the highest category of road to maintain the lowest amount of traffic that could be generated by this site. There is no proposed activity where that traffic would move from inside this site out onto Snake Meadow and then up to the intersection at Snake Meadow on Route 6. Nor would it travel south through this site to other connections, either via Ross Road or down to Route 14 or across over into Foster. We're not talking about those types of developments, but in the traffic engineer's study, each of those intersections and routings would be reviewed and discussed in his reporting. So you could look to see for that, or you could look to see those concerns addressed at a site plan level, not a zone change level. I'm certainly here to answer any questions you may have of me. Thank you.
Jim, can you, there was concern about flooding and stormwater as it accumulates on the site and runs off-site into neighbors' yards. Can you just briefly go through the development, the engineering process that reviews stormwater, current stormwater, existing stormwater conditions, and then how that needs to be contained in a development so that those types of situations would be improvements?
Okay, so the way the drainage and hydrology is designed under a site plan analysis, the engineers would all look at the way the drainage pattern currently works using topography and the availability of water course routing. We would look to maintain the current routing for the design storm pre-development and post-development. And then in an effort to mitigate or manage the higher volume storms, newer rainfall, categorization has been coming down the pike, coming out of DEEP. We have looked at several management methods to slow or mitigate water that is generated by the site. How do we hold it? How long does it take us to release that water? And then whether or not that poses any detrimental use for the downstream occupants or adjacent ownerships for the site. When we talk about some of the larger storms, no site design in Connecticut will handle a 100 or a 500-year storm. The design storms are typically around the 25-year storm value, between 10 and 25 years. And then anything larger, while it's categorized in the engineering reports, no plan takes into account the highest of storm events. Mitigation at that level is just, it's uneconomic, and the demands that would be placed on residential development would far outweigh what could be handled or maintained and controlled by commercial and industrial developments. So the selection of a design storm and the mitigation methods that come out of that analysis are based on the overall user, not the individual user. So what's good for one community member, i.e. residential, you would use the exact same storm methodology for commercial and industrial users, so that everybody's kind of taking care of their own wastewater. When we say wastewater, we're talking about stormwater runoff, surface water. The idea of how do we take care of on-site and off-site flooding, we would look at the historical values that have come down the pike over the areas, so that we could see where water is collecting, how quickly it's being distributed to those locations, and then try to find or devise methods that would attenuate those flows. That could be green infrastructure, that could be gray infrastructure, it could be rerouting, or it could be the expansion of current wetlands. So, as Mr. DeGarian mentioned earlier, as part of that fire suppression system, we could build ponds that were lined, that would capture some of that stormwater runoff, even from the largest of events, hold it in a static pool for use under fire suppression. That mitigates how much well water would have to be supplied into the cisterns. But again, that would come under site design, and that would be designed and developed under advisement with the fire marshal. So all of those things come into play at the site plan level, not at a zone change level. So while we can address the general concerns, we can't talk about specifics. Thank you.
Just running through some of the other responses quickly. One of the comments made was that this is a rural district. It is. It's a rural development district. And I think that the characterization of it as a residential district is not 100% forthcoming to what the ordinance actually reads, and I think it's important to make that point. It's not like an R20 zone or an R40 zone that you typically see in other towns. There's development potential in the current RD zone. In addition to that, there were comments made about, GC zones popping up all along Route 6. Unless the GIS mapping is not up to date, there are not a bunch of GC zones all popping up along Route 6. If there were, I think we'd have an even better and stronger argument here tonight. That mapping is your own mapping, 100% available to you for review. As far as accident data, we've had conversations regarding the accidents and deaths and what the reasoning is behind them. A lot of it seems to occur late at night, and there have also been deaths under the influence. I'm not saying that I'm not trying to discredit the traffic concerns along Route 6. I do not live there. I don't deal with it on a daily basis, and I completely respect and appreciate the comments made this evening. All we can do, like Jim said, as developers, is to review the impacts from the development and try to improve the safety on the Route 6 corridor. I was talking outside, and somebody was commenting about there potentially being a light put in at Snake Meadow Road and Route 6. And then that's great. Maybe that would help slow things down. And one of the things we've always considered, to the other comment made about there potentially being a light here, there are pros and cons to intersections and lights. One is if you're going uphill in the winter and you stop at the light, there's potential that the state hasn't gotten there and
it could be a little bit slick. The benefit is if you're coming downhill and there's a light and you have something telling you to slow down because the light changes on a regular basis, that could add safety. What does that also do? Well, nobody likes to stop at a stoplight. So we always hear both sides. Quick aside, traffic impacts for a development we were doing in North Providence, we heard that we don't want to see added traffic, and then somebody got up and said, I like to see traffic because it means the town's alive. It's like, you can't win. So all we can say as it relates to traffic is that that's taken under consideration at the state level as well as the town level, and we already know and appreciate as developers, as we've done in the past on other projects, intersection, turn down lanes, anything to make the intersection as safe as possible and the traffic on Route 6 as safe as possible. That's something that's already been considered by us. Building sizes. So there was a comment made about building sizes, and it was almost as if we're not being forthcoming. What you see there represents approximately 550,000 square feet. So all we are identifying is that this concept plan identifies 550,000 square feet, which, in the grand scheme of things, if you were to take a look at some of the developments going up just south of you, over 1 million square feet, as well as on Route 6 in Johnston, Rhode Island, on the same Route 6, 4 million square feet, Amazon, okay? This 550,000 square feet across all the buildings there is not a big number in the world of this type of development. The reason that we identified what the potential revenue items could be to the town is simply based on this concept, okay, which could go up, could go down, but based on this concept and based on your mill rate and looking at the square footage, it could potentially generate approximately $575,000. That's just taking this square footage, looking at your mill rate, doing the average general commercial assessment, and putting forward a tax rate. That's all that is. So we're not walking away from the fact that this is a conceptual plan. We acknowledge that. That's all we have the ability to put forward at this time. That's all that is. That leads me into kind of my next, well, let me skip forward to one thing, then I'm going to conclude with this last piece. Soils, contamination. First of all, I don't think that there's a use in all of the general commercial district that allows for any kind of hazardous or use that would create some sort of a contamination to wetlands. There are a number of development opportunities in the rural development zone that could disrupt the land in the same way that a general commercial development would disrupt the land. And then you have to back up and look at the uses and look at do the uses generate any kind of a hazardous or material or waste material that could otherwise contaminate the aquifer or the wetlands. Those uses don't exist in the general commercial ordinance, nor do they exist in the rural development ordinance. So what's going to happen to the water? Well, we're talking about developing a site. Let's keep it as simple as that. Whether we develop it under the rural development zone or development under the general commercial zone, we're moving earth, we're doing civil engineering, and we're putting buildings up. That, to say that this zone change would somehow implicate the aquifer or the wetlands more than a rural development, I don't know how that aligns. The last piece is comparing Douglas Construction to other developers or other stakeholders in the town. I don't think that we haven't done anything to demonstrate that we're not people of our word. We were asked for specific things the last time we were before you for an application, and we provided those things. I'm not expecting anybody in this room, any of the abutters, to simply take me at my word. But to consider not working with Douglas Construction on this zone change because we may not be maybe we're not transparent, or maybe we're not as good as Frito-Lay, or maybe we're as bad as some of the experiences you've had in the past with other stakeholders. I don't think that that's fair. We are here before you going through your process and trying to supply all the information we can. We haven't been around for over 62 years because we're bad at what we do or we're not people of our word. If there is some other way that this commission can guide us to lock us in to some of the things that we're proposing, to keep us to our word on paper, right? We would be open to that. We're not trying to do something other than what we're proposing as far as the uses go, the conservation land, the enhanced buffers. we're here, again, like I've tried to state, we're here for this to be collaborative and to work with the neighbors and to work with the commission. To get up and to state that we're not doing that, or that we're somehow being disingenuous, I don't know what the basis is for that. And that's something that maybe it's a bad move here this evening, but it's something that I felt like I need to speak to because I do take my reputation and our character as developers and individuals seriously. And I think that it's important. We are landowners in Killingly. We will be working with you. You will ultimately learn who I and Paul Sarabian are as owners of Douglas Construction. We are good people. You will have a good experience with us. Do I think we need to go there before you have the ability to adequately take a look at this and make a decision? No. I think that we should be looked at like any other applicant. And I think I just wanted to make that point. I think that's important to make. The last thing I'll say is property value guarantees. We heard it the last time. We did talk about it. I've never considered it before. We've never had a development that we've done where adjacent property values have ever been damaged. I'd be curious to know what the language was, what it looked like, and I wouldn't be opposed to considering it. I just don't. I don't know that it plays to the discussion of this evening, but I'm not opposed to it. How that gets introduced or how we have that conversation at a later date, that's, I guess, to be determined. So.
I just have a couple of quick things, I promise. In terms of being able to bind the applicant to the concept plans or representations made tonight, I think your regulations already, to a large extent, allow you to do that. Not by imposing conditions on a zone change, but if you look at section 720.4 of your regulations dealing with site plan review, things that this commission has to take into account on a special permit, I meant special permit, I'm sorry, include the nature of the proposed site, including its size and shape, and the proposed size, shape, and arrangement of structures, the resulting traffic patterns, adequacy of proposed off-street parking and loading, and avoidance of hazards to pedestrians, the nature of the surrounding area, and the extent to which the proposed use or feature will be in harmony with the surrounding area, or will serve as a transition between unlike areas, or will protect property values and preserve and enhance the beauty of the area, the avoidance of potential nuisance. Then you go on to section 740, and there are 8 additional conditions and safeguards that the commission can impose on a special permit if deemed necessary to protect the neighborhood. And this is not an inclusive list. It's not all inclusive. You can require setbacks greater than the minimum required by the regs. You can require screening of parking areas, other parts of the premises, from adjoining premises, or from the street by walls, fences, planting, other devices as you specify. You can modify the exterior features or appearance of any structure. You can limit the size, number of occupants, methods of operation. You can regulate the number, design, and location of access drives, other traffic features. You can regulate the number, type, and location of outdoor lighting facilities. I think you have tremendous authority under your own regulations now to ensure that if you grant this zone change and a special permit application comes in, it will have no negative impacts on neighbors, or at the very least, any such impacts will be mitigated to the largest extent feasible and possible. There was a comment, I think, that we discredited, or someone on our side discredited the neighbors. I certainly don't remember anyone doing that, or certainly meaning to. And I thought we took great pains to say how much we respect the neighbors and their right to come here tonight and express their concerns. I was also a little surprised by the comment that, or by the suggestion that Douglas should have gone to the town council. I've been coming to these meetings and representing people at meetings like this for 40 years, and I've never heard that suggestion before, that preparatory to going to a zoning commission, an applicant should go to the town council or any other politically based authority in a town like the Board of Selectmen. I think it would have been absolutely wrong, actually, for us to go to the selectmen and see what they think
Don't,
about
don't worry, we can
something
take care of ourselves.
I know you can, but I'm just saying, I had not heard a thing like that before. And I will say that the applicant has done a fantastic amount of legwork, I think, in meeting with your Conservation Commission and Economic Development Commissions and working with staff. And staff has been wonderful in working with them. I will, in response to one of the letters, the one by the person who does farming, I would just say, as we pointed out several times already, agriculture is a permitted use in the existing zone, RD. Agriculture, I think, and tends to produce a good deal of runoff, and with fertilizers and other chemicals used on the site, I think often is viewed as a potential source of runoff to other properties that might be damaging to them. So I just thought that was somewhat ironic. I'd also point out that golf courses are notorious for the kinds of things that they use, and golf courses are permitted uses in the zone as it stands right now. Finally, traffic volume, I would point out that really the only expert evidence in this case at this point on the question of the capacity of Route 6 to handle any traffic generated from a development in an RD zone is the testimony by Mr. Rossman and the citation to and the reference to traffic engineers who he engaged to work on this project. Everything else is anecdotal. Certainly, I'm sure no one's questioning the sincerity of it, of the comments that were made, but the only real evidence in this case about traffic and the capacity of Route 6 to handle it was presented by Mr. Rossman and has been unrefuted. Finally, I would just say you have very broad discretion in acting on a zone change application. There's no doubt about that. And the courts have very little ability to overturn or look beneath or behind or under any decision you make one way or the other on a zone change application. But I will say that if the commission considers a lot of the things that were discussed tonight, that might make any decision one way or the other problematic. Things like aquifers, pollution, animals, habitats. Even if a Section 22A-19 environmental petition had been filed, I don't think you'd have any authority to consider things along those lines on a zone change. And as I just pointed out, you will have the ability to deal with those kinds of things on a special permit. In addition, I don't think anyone would be able to develop anything on the site if the evidence was that the aquifer or an aquifer would be jeopardized. I think there are other authorities that regulate that who would have to have a say on such an application and would not allow it to go forward. So just to close, I'd like to say I think I speak for all of us that we appreciate your attention, your consideration, your patience. We think that we've presented an application that has tremendous merit, and we'd ask that you grant it.
The last thing I'll say is to Mr. Card, I remember specifically in, I think it was October maybe or November when the denial happened, and you spoke briefly about the denial when it happened, and you were right. I go to enough of these meetings, but not certainly as many as Mr. Carey, certainly not as many as you. We had information. We thought that we met the merits of a zone change based on the acreage and based on the request and looking at the mining operation over the past years and thinking, well, because very similar commercial use, trucks in and out, traffic, this makes sense. But when you spoke, you were clear in stating that regardless of what the commission is entitled to for information, you wanted more of it, and you wanted some kind of something to look at to say what could this be and what uses are you proposing. So we took that, and instead of just coming back with that plan and some aerial photos and some additional information, we put forward the package that you have. We didn't do this lightheartedly. We spent time with your staff. We spent time with Economic Development Commission. I spent time and went to the Conservation Commission meeting. When he says legwork,
we're trying to integrate into the town and appreciate the concerns of town representatives as well as the neighbors. To have there be suggestion from the public that we are not doing that, or that we are potentially not going to be good neighbors, or take into very serious consideration your comments, okay, and your suggestions as it relates to this application in particular, is categorically inaccurate. And I think just simply going back up to a 50,000-foot level, just looking, if you just look at the work that we've done to prepare this and to put the information in front of you as it relates to the matter at hand, as well as well beyond the matter at hand and what this could be down the road, I think the goodwill is there, at least from our side, to demonstrate that we are more than willing to provide information and more than willing to try to work with the town and the neighbors. So that's all for me. I sincerely appreciate your time. We sent a letter actually out to the abutters after we decided to continue for 2 months, and everybody was here till 11 o'clock, so I appreciate that there's another application on the docket this evening. And we acknowledged in that letter the time that the commission puts in, and that it's invaluable. And while at the time there was a comment made that 4 hours of their time was wasted and we can just continued it, I said, well, you know what, it'll be important when our application is in front of you and you spend the time reviewing this application for their sake. So we do appreciate the time that you put into this as well. So thank you for that.
Okay, staff?
I'm Jill St. Clair. I'm the Economic Development Director. In your packet, it wasn't read into the memo that the Economic Development Commission did meet on March 2nd, and after reviewing the application, there was a unanimous consensus in favor of the rezone recommended, and there was no abstentions. But during that process, I wanted to give you a little bit more background as to how we came up with that consensus. And so I've been hearing a lot tonight about the quality of life and the nuances of what that means, and the quality of place. So I'll spend a little time in our process. Quality of life is equated more to personal economics and how we aim to protect those economics. So we can all agree our quality of life might be drastically different than, say, Jeff Bezos or Bill Gates, but it's drastically different than someone that may live in a tent city behind a store. So the quality of life and the quality of place, there are nuances and differences, and they're important to recognize. The quality of place is equated to the overall community economics and fiscal health. So woven into the POCD, Plan of Conservation and Development, are aspirations of quality of place, such as affordable taxes, well-maintained public buildings, schools, parks, open spaces, roads, and all the supportive services that define a community as having a nice quality of life. However, those things come with a price tag. So I asked Jonathan to pull this up. This is the new census information. And I don't know if we can make it any bigger, but there's some key performance indicators on this particular document that I wanted to point out. And the first one is our median age of our population. We have an aging population. It's not unique to Killingly. It's a general, they call it graying of America in New England. So that means that there's less contributors to the tax base. And we have we don't have a growing population. It's actually slowly declining. And they don't see that that's going to change just based on national demographics. And then if you look under the economy, another key performance indicator is you'll see manufacturing, transportation, and warehousing. Those are our greatest industries. And if you look at the average wages, those are sustainable, livable wages. So you can't have one without the other. We talked about our industrial park. It is at capacity, manufacturing. But you have to kind of pair it with the transportation and warehousing, and that's what's happening. People were talking about, the Amazon, the worst case scenario that could go in this location. It's already happening. It's happened in our neighboring town. They're not going to put that kind of location here. But what our stakeholders are looking for is light warehousing. And then if you scroll down a little bit more, is there a second page? it talks about the tax base, yep, right there. Fiscal, up a little, yeah, grand list, right there. It says grand list. So out of our 2 billion grand list, our commercial and our industrial shareholders are taxed with 27% of that. That's how important they are to our community. So in my world of economic development, the things that I do every day is I work on business retention. How do I keep our businesses here when our park is at capacity? And how do I get them to expand? So I want people to think globally, but act locally. So we can all agree, in the last 2 years, the world is a different place. The landscape is different. 93% of our companies are looking for places to warehouse their supply chain inventory or raw materials so that they can continue to be sustainable and have growth. So those are the 2 things that we work on all the time. Attracting new business to a community is the hardest thing to do in Connecticut because our cost winds are so much higher than other states. Yet here we have a developer that's attracted to our community based probably on our key performing indicators. So that's a real opportunity for economic development. Now, having said that, not all things in all places, right? So this here is something that I worked on when I first came into the town, because I'm kind of the newbie. This is 320 hours of investigation and work on this community to hit the benchmark of sustainable CT. So this work, there's another volume just as large, earned us that plaque, which means we're a sustainable community. And let me just see what what they talk about with sustainable communities. It means, sorry, it's late. The mission of the statement to obtain the sustainable CT certification is understanding how to build local economies that support equity and respect the finite capacity of the environment. So it was in that work and in that spirit of understanding is why I'm able to support this application. So even when we talk about think globally, act locally, within the last year we've had 2 of our manufacturers expand. They had room on their own campuses to expand. So Rollback put in another 30,000 square feet just to warehouse their raw materials so they wouldn't have an interruption in their manufacturing. Putnam Plastic did a 57,000 square foot addition on their campus, but they've run out of space. So in order for them to grow and sustain, they're going to be looking for other opportunities. And we need to provide those opportunities within the community. So when we looked at this application, we thought, what could possibly our community need? So we belong to the Northeast Commercial Realtors Group. We meet on a monthly basis, Advanced CT. We meet with their commercial industry, and we're always getting inquiries about, do you have any 30,000 square foot light warehousing? Do you have any contractor bays? So we would like to retain the business that we have, but also give our stakeholders, our business owners, room to grow within our community. Somebody had mentioned the Amazon Center. So about 3 weeks ago, I went down to visit with the leadership down in our neighboring community, and I wanted to inquire about their workforce plan and their housing plan. And they really didn't have one. So that had me coming home to my town and thought, uh-oh, we could become the service community for all the economic growth in a neighboring community. So we have to figure out that balance and that community service ratio when you put in a new project. So for people who, I don't want to use lingo that people don't understand, but community service ratio is for every dollar that is collected for tax revenue, there's a service expense with that ratio. So with housing, it's usually $1.15 to $1.50. So it's a net loss for the community. It's a deficit. On the other side of it, commercial and industrial is about 35 cents to 65 cents. So it's a net gain in the economic health of a community. Now this particular project would probably gain us more because of the lack of use. They're going to provide their own private road, and they don't need the infrastructure, and they're not going to be tapping into our sewer and water. So the other conversation that we had within the commission was the proposed site is a pre-existing commercial operation. Let's call it what it is. It's been a commercial site with a commercial activity. And that site has been in operation for well over 17 years with allowance of 30 truck trips a day, and has been hidden from residential view and will continue to do so under this proposed plan. So we've heard the fear of what we might lose while we're losing sight of what we might possibly gain in this application. So we could gain an opportunity to foster a positive working relationship with a new business partner entering our community, one that we can build trust and understanding through the site and special use process. It's a process, it doesn't stop here. We could fulfill unmet needs with our current stakeholders with expansion and inventory storage opportunities. We could gain the opportunity to provide contractor base for our small business owners hoping to stay within our town limits. We could gain over 100 acres of conservation and wetlands that would otherwise be threatened. We could gain future tax-based growth to offset the tax burden for our elderly and our working families by balancing the quality of life and the quality of place values we desire as a community. And the decisions we make today will affect the sustainability of the economic health we leave for the next generation. So it's in that balance of what is the greater good for all involved. We believe this proposed rezone application can provide sustainable growth and have a positive societal impact and would be an appropriate reuse of a gravel excavation site. So I thank you for your time and your consideration as you too are undergoing the task of reviewing this application.
Thank you.
What your local staff has done is that we've, again, as Mr. Jagarian has said, we've worked with him. We repeatedly said to them, look through our regulations, see what our regulations show us, how you've met our regulations. And I believe the way they've submitted the application, it's pretty much self-explanatory that they follow they follow the directions and the lead of the
Okay.
staff.
Commissioners, questions? We're good?
I don't know if I have any questions, but I've got a few things I'd like to say.
Wow.
But you generally start from that side, no?
Doesn't matter. Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I was a little bit confused by Attorney Carey. He was quoting from, we're here for a zone change, not a special permit. You were quoting things that are available under the special permit process. That's if the zone was to remain intact and you were to go that route. Am I correct?
No, Mr. Serenkow. The reason I was quoting from the special permit section of your regulations was to try to ameliorate the concerns that have been expressed tonight, that if you grant the zone change that has been requested, it might have deleterious impacts on things like water supply, traffic, and things of that nature, and that you wouldn't have any control over any of that. So I was referencing the special permit requirements and the authorizations that you are given to impose, in some cases, extra special conditions on special permits. Simply to point out that this commission does have the ability later, if it grants this application tonight or whenever it acts on it, to take into account the kinds of conditions and concerns that were expressed tonight. That's all. That was the reason for it.
Our economic developer mentions the quality of life. This is a funny area right here, okay? Yes, the voters determine the quality of life, whether it's recreation, educational, whatever. The voters approve the budget. You've got a mess of voters out here. They've got a voice too. So they make the determinations on our quality of life. One of the things in this area, we want to remain the quiet corner at our detriment, in my opinion, because we prevent a lot of the opportunities, such as what you're proposing this evening, from materializing. People don't like change in this area, okay? And an example to that is we had Walmart come in here, all right? A zone change was necessary for them to locate here. This planning and zoning, not the members here, but this board.
Oh, yes, the members here.
Denied, oh, okay, denied that zone change. They were gonna bring in, and I'm just approximating, I'm not certain, 50 million in a 10-year period. And the reason I quote that figure, somebody got up and said, well, why don't you build us in good faith, why don't you build us a high school? They said, well, we will build you a high school. At the end of a 10-year period, your high school will be paid for. That didn't get it, okay? Then we had NTE, and the chair of the town council mentioned that. They would bring into this community $110 million in 20 years. We wouldn't have that if it wasn't that the siting council has jurisdiction. But if that had been left up to this community, no, this is the quiet corner. We don't want that, okay? And then, in the final thing, you know, and don't take any offense. I'm not talking about anybody, I'm just stating things the way they are. You've, what is it, KELO, K-E-L-O versus the City of New London. Went all the way to the Supreme Court, was upheld. Town of New London decided that they were gonna devote this waterfront property. And all of the people that own properties there, the government was allowed to come in and take it through eminent domain. Now, eminent domain pays you a fair price and everything. So, you know, but people still didn't want to give up that property, right on the water. They went and tore all those homes down. Things went sour with Pfizer Corporation, and that property is still vacant. People were affected, just like people back here. I think that's a good suggestion made by Mr. Anderson. NTE, they didn't have to, because that was governed by the siting council. But they
John,
knew
can
that
we,
there was a
John,
problem.
we need to get on track, okay?
Yeah, I am on track.
No, you're
We're
not.
We're talking about this housing compensation. They came in and they got hold of all adjoining property owners and they worked out a deal. You know, so I think maybe they're onto something.
Okay. Commission, Brian?
No, no.
All right, anybody from the public anymore? Anything you want to add? Staff, again, one more time?
Just thank you. We do appreciate the time. Thank you very
All right,
much.
thank
I would
you.
just have one quick question. I don't know how the petition has come out. And I think we would like to have the opportunity to review it ourselves. Not because we question Mr. Slater's ability to do it, but I think under all the circumstances with everything that's at stake here, I think we need to take a look at it as well to see whether it meets the statute.
Mr. Chairman, Ken Slater, that's not something that has to happen during the public hearing. And, you know, I can actually give you sort of a preview on that, but I think what's really going to matter is how the commission votes, because if the petition, if there's a valid petition filed, then it would require 4 of the 5 voters in order to be able to pass it. And if not, it's 3. Your ordinance is different than the state statute. The state statute requires that the 20 persons file a petition take up 20% of the area around the site. So we were just given this tonight, so being able to calculate exactly whether the area, I mean, I've been scratching away, but this is not really public hearing information. This is whether there's going to be a declaration that your vote, if you were to approve it, or if a motion is had which might pass it, whether or not it's valid or not depends on the validity of the petition. That's frankly not something the commission has to decide, and it's really not something the applicant's entitled to be heard on. We have to interpret it correctly, and if not, it's subject to legal challenge. But whether or not this qualifies, your ordinance provides for 20% of the owners. And clearly, of the total number of owners, there's more than 20%. But I'm not seeing an ordinance that's inconsistent with the state statute. And I expect that perhaps that there might be law on the ability to make it even harder to change a zone, to make a zone change than what the state statute provides for. So your ordinance might govern, because it could, in some instances, it would be more restrictive. In this case, it's more restrictive. So by all means, I will, will allow, depending on how the vote shakes out, Mr. Carey to take a look at, Attorney Carey to take a look at it and provide feedback before staff publishes the decision one way or the other. But it's really not something the commission needs to address. And we can't determine area, having given the application tonight, and be confident we got 20% of the area based on scratching it out right now. We'd have to do that, probably tomorrow if the commission were to vote tonight, and the vote came down 3 in favor of the 5 to determine whether or not that qualifies as passing or not. We're going to really have to be really confident on how this reads, and that's not something we can do tonight, but it has to be done in time to publish. So staff, if we determined it was valid, when the notice goes to the applicant in publication, would determine that it was denied, even though the vote was 3 in favor. Or perhaps we'll determine that it was invalid, that is, the petition does not trigger the higher vote, in which case the 3 to 5 vote would be an approval, but it might be moot depending on how you vote. So you really shouldn't take the petition. I can tell you it's a close call. It's definitely, if your ordinance would override state statute, and it says 20% of the number of lot owners as opposed to 20% of the area within 500 feet, you've got the number. But a lot of the lot owners that filed the petition were owners of very small parcels. So under the state statute, it's a close call. And I think we need to wait on that before we declare it. And the commission should you've heard all, if you close the public hearing, you've heard the evidence, you decide to deliberate tonight, and you make a decision, then staff, with my assistance, and certainly we'll give Attorney Carey a chance to look at it as well, we'll make a determination of whether or not the petition is valid.
Mr. Chairman, could I just ask, I think this is a somewhat novel situation in a lot of ways. Does the commission intend to act tonight? I know you have another.
We got 2 more public hearings.
Poor couple of people in the back here.
We got 2 more public hearings.
So, and I'm not asking, I'm asking for a reason. I mean, if you're not going to act tonight, then we can work with Mr. Slater between now and when you do come back to vote. But I think it would be important to know the outcome of the petition, or whether the petition is valid before you vote.
Before we vote?
I think so. I think it might affect. It could have a potential effect on a vote.
I mean, basically, my experience is it's 2/3 majority votes, right? That win.
You need 4. Mr. Slater,
Well, in this case, it ends up being 4, so
Right.
it's more.
Mr. Chairman, I'd suggest we know who's filed the petition, just like a number of people, if they came in with 700 signatures, they've been submitted in the record, you know who they are. So that the names of the persons, are available to you. I suggest that whether or not it's a legally valid one or not really shouldn't come into play as to whether or not you've considered all of the concerns that have been raised by the public, all the evidence that's presented by the applicant, whether or not it's, whether it's 19% or 21% of the state statutes, I don't think should be meaningful to you in making your decision. You know who the people are who opposed it, and you can take that into account, and then we'll determine if you do vote tonight. If you don't vote tonight, then by all means between now and when you do, we'll determine whether or not it's a valid petition. But I wouldn't suggest to you that you hold off because of the petition. We'll have time to figure it out before it gets published.
Just to be clear, I'm not asking to have the hearing held open for this. It seems to me the hearing's over.
Can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
I'm a second. Second by Verga. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
What are we roll calling on?
Closing the
Close
public hearing.
Okay.
It's hot in here. See, I had that window open.
Brian Card,
Yes.
Verga Lawrence,
Yes.
John Sarantopoulos, Michael Hugo, And Keith Thurlow.
Yes.
Motion
That
carries
closes- That
unanimously.
public hearing's closed.
And Mr. Chairman, all I would again add, Ken Slater, that, as you know, you don't have to decide tonight under the state statute. I'm suggesting you don't need to wait till you get a result, but if you do defer because of everything else you've got on the agenda, we'll definitely know whether it's valid before your next meeting.
Okay. You need a break? Yeah, I know. I know. You can go, just go. We still got a quorum. Who was it that used to leave like that? What's his name? Used to be.
I'm not gonna leave, but I.
No, you can leave.
No, I wanna leave.
I want to get done. I'm going to be done. We're not going to stay late. I'm not staying late. No, we don't have to. Don't worry about it. Okay, we're pulled the key.
Do you want her to go before you decide whether you're going to?
No.
Staying.
Okay. Okay, we're done. Special permit application 22-1283, Stephen E. McCormick, applicant owner, 42 Mechanic Street, GIS map 181, lot 104.13 acres, and 26 Oak Street, GIS map 181, lot 105. 0.25 acres, both general commercial zone, self-storage facility, and 2 pre-existing buildings under section 430, general commercial, and section 700, special permit of the Borough of Danielson zoning regulations. That needs to be seen by the public, Mr. McCormick, so that's not a good spot for it. Okay, as long as that's done, we're good. Although the public seems to be leaving anyway. Okay. You mind if he starts?
I'm just gonna text my son because he's home alone, if you don't mind.
How old is he?
He's a moron. And that's on TV, so. That's on the record, yeah.
And Facebook Live.
Just hope he's not listening.
If he's listening, I'll uncall him more, but I doubt it.
Oh, my God.
Or any of his friends. So, sorry.
He must be a teenager.
He is.
Yeah, so when mine's 30 now, he's great.
Okay.
You have something to
Mr.
look forward
Mr.
to.
McCormick, go ahead. Try to make this.
Good evening. I'm Stephen McCormick, 8 Wolf Den Road, Brooklyn, Connecticut. Recently purchased the properties at 42 Mechanic Street and 26 Oak Street. The properties here have been vacant for about 3+ years. Before that, they had some kind of karate club there for a short period of time, leased out by the owners that we purchased the property from. Before that, it was a plumbing supply store for about 10, 12 years or so. My intent is to keep the existing buildings, fix the detriments that are there, graffiti, brick coming off the walls, a few small broken windows, improving the parking lot, maybe adding some landscaping somewhat, and repainting to make it look better. But as I walk through the building, and if you can see later on, I have a floor plan I submitted to you all also. It very well lays out to itself to do self-storage for the community. The reason why this is a high need for the area is that most of the storage facility in the general area of Danielson is near capacity, and most of the residents in Danielson have to go either up to Putnam or down toward Plainfield or elsewhere to be able to get their storage needs. And as you notice, these units aren't very large. They're all mostly, the average is like a 5x10. So it's mostly for the local community to be able to have some place within walking distance or a short ride to be able to store some things at a reasonable price, to be able to avoid having to go out of town or drive at great distance. And I think this will allow some, benefit to the community, but also a economic asset to the town of a reuse of a property that's been sitting vacant and being not maintained properly, and also increase the tax revenue, for this property. And my intention is to do my best to help, promote, the welfare of the town and to improve the town as much as I can, to be a good landowner in the community. in my site plan, if you want to bring back the site plan, I sketched on the site plan, as you see before me, and if someone could put the site plan up, that's the one that has the map on it. If you want to switch it back to the map.
Just want to, I double-sided that, so, okay.
Oh, great, okay. So on this site plan, you notice that I've provided a couple handicap spaces, which is required by zoning. Also, another 12 non-handicap. Then we also have a loading zone. And these are all required, for like industrial type buildings in the community. And I talked to the zoning official when I made my application, and there was really no zoning regulation as far as how much parking was required for self-storage. But based on the regulation for a warehouse, we made a calculation that this would meet the regulations, or actually exceed the regulations for that. And if you notice on some of the photographs, I put signage. So we have actually signage, some photographs I gave each one of you, where we placed the signs, which meets regulation. And you notice the back garage building, it's a 1,000 square foot garage in the back. A tree hit the corner, and it didn't do like major damage, but it basically knocked the corner of the building off. And that really is an eyesore in the community. It's been covered up with a tarp for I guess about a year now. And that's part of the reason why the owner lowered the price so I could buy it from him, because he didn't want to fix it. And so we're planning on going in there and fixing that, and then improving it with self-storage. Another thing is, each of these buildings will be self-contained. I know you have a different regulation for a different zone for brand-new self-storage facilities, where you have a gated entrance, you have a keypad, you have all this, regulation. This is not the same as a brand-new self-storage facility where you come in and have to have, control over who's coming in and out of that gate. No one can access these buildings without going to the door and punching a keypad. So basically, each building is self-contained with units inside there. So we're not really changing the site plan to accommodate self-storage units. We're just using the buildings and retrofitting them to make a good use without impacting the neighborhood with all kinds of new development and things like that. So I'm asking for the commission tonight, just if the review of the site plan and my photographs, the floor plan, and they can see how by my application I have met the standard of the requirements of the zoning regulations, for you to give me approval for this site plan use or special permit use, excuse me, to allow me to be able to apply to the building department and fire marshal, et cetera, to be able to start developing the site, renovating the interior of the buildings.
So, Mr. McCormick, just to go over a few of these that I'm sure you have, but for the record, what are you going to do with the auctions when people lose, abandon their stuff?
Well, the state, I guess, gives you the right to auction off things. I'm one that doesn't like to auction things out for people. I try to work things out with them, so I'll try to avoid that at all costs as much as possible. But if you exhausted all your remedies, the only real force you have is try to auction that off, and you'd have to do it on an occasion, and you'd actually go inside the building of the storage unit, because if you go see the floor plan, there's room for people to come inside. We have 5-foot aisles, and then some 4-foot for the more narrow ones. So they would have to go inside the buildings, and we have adequate parking here to be able to, supply the demand. If we had an auction, the only place where they'd probably be outside would be at the very rear of the property at the garage building, and they could go inside. We'll have 2 doorways.
Well, it's stating here under J, 430.2J, that they're prohibited, so.
What's prohibited?
Auctions.
Oh, you mean as far as auctions itself?
Yeah.
So, what you're talking about, having an auction as far
Well,
as.
it's, you define it, I'm not gonna define it,
Right.
but you tell me.
Are you looking at the borough? Are you looking at the borough regulations?
Yes.
Okay, hold on one minute.
Self-service storage facilities provided the
Mhm.
following activities are prohibited. One, auctions, commercial, wholesale, retail, or miscellaneous garage sales, except for periodic auctions or sales conducted by the facility owner or operator to dispose of unclaimed. So I guess that,
Right.
That
that
allows
would
him-
meet, you would meet that.
So it
So-
says periodic.
allow him.
Okay.
Right. And no outside storage.
Right, no outside, right.
No operation of power tools, et cetera,
Right,
yeah.
yep. And these
Um,
units are too small to store a car.
No noxious or offensive, any use that's I don't know why I can't say it, because I'm tired. Because of odors, dust, noise, fumes. or
Right, none of
offensive.
that.
No,
Yep.
no animals or pets.
Right,
Nobody's sleeping on the premises.
right,
And none hazardous or extra hazardous by any.
right, that's correct.
Okay. So outside lighting, do you have that on your plan at all, or?
Yeah, the outside lighting is just gonna be what you see there. We're just gonna have, some light, we'll probably improve the light.
Existing straight lighting, or is it off the building?
There's one right above the main entrance door. There's a couple there in the back garage building. And these are just low,
These are existing lights?
existing, just floodlights that come on,
Right.
at night. And I usually will probably have like a motion detector, because I don't want it burning all night long. I'll probably leave one light. If you notice, there's a light that stays on. It's actually on during the day. That's the reason why my electric bill was kind of high when it just came in the other day. Because this one burns
Yeah.
24 hours. I need to change that just to have it come on at nighttime. But that just basically illuminates the main entrance in the back. But
So
I'll-
hours of operation?
It's going to be just during the day from like 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And then we'll have maybe an office manager there, like 5 hours a day, from like maybe 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock to 4 o'clock to be able to meet people for renting and giving them their storage code. So a very low-key type of operation.
So it's basically a self-service
Right.
facility.
Yep.
Any other questions, good people?
Yeah, so I was asking the same question, just on any exterior improvements to the building, so.
Yeah, we're gonna basically improve, the different colors. We're gonna try to do it all, either all brown or all white, so it's not all jagged. We're gonna go around all the brick and repoint and fill in the brick, get away the graffiti, try to, improve that. Maybe possibly, I know we don't have any lawns right against the building, but maybe put some potted plants to at least have some kind of greenage there to make it look like, a nice, building there. And then, of course, definitely try to improve the paving, because right now it's all breaking up in different places.
So
And
is
it's-
that a function of the borough fixing their sidewalks? Why should you fix their sidewalks?
No, I mean, I'm not talking about the parking lot, I mean.
Oh, okay.
The parking lot itself.
The windows themselves will all stay windows, kind of.
Yeah, we're not gonna be adding any, we're gonna repair any broken glass on some of the windows.
Yep.
So we're not gonna add any other windows.
But no security or anything on the windows, just.
We'll have some security alarms,
Yeah, okay.
in there, so we'll have security.
Yep.
And so maybe two or three security cameras that, looking at to make sure if somebody did break in, we know who it was.
Okay, and the hours will be, what, you say, 7 to
7?
7?
7 to 7, right.
Okay, so-
7 days a week?
7 days a week,
Okay,
right.
so no nighttime hours or
Right.
anything beyond, well, daylight savings, whatever. Okay.
Someone is when you're when it's open, someone is on the premises.
Right, during the office hours, right.
Yeah, that's one thing.
Yes.
I just want to clarify, the entrance that's on the same side as the parking lot, is that
Right.
going to be a keyed entrance where
Right.
everybody has to have a personal code?
Right. And
Okay.
then the front one on Mechanic Street and
Right.
Oak, that'll be the office entrance, so they won't have a key to that. But they'll have a key to that one, and then the back two doors on the garage building, each
Mhm.
door will have a key with not a key, but a code they punch in that automatically unlocks that door. And there's only basically 7 people in each one of those hallways, so it's gonna
Yeah.
be very light use there. So yes, those would be the 2 main entrances there for them.
All right, so they still have access to their units even if there's not somebody in
Right,
the office?
but we'll have security cameras
Okay.
and alarms and things like that to safeguard it.
So you show your parking pointing towards the east, which I know is general commercial as well, borough general commercial. Both of this property's flanked by borough general commercial on either side. Is there any consideration at the property line for, although the zone next door is general commercial, the use is residential? Is there any consideration for shading or privacy fencing?
There's no privacy fencing there. Right now, the abutter, which is actually to the east, they're actually above grade. They're about maybe 3 feet above us. So if the cars are parking there, they're actually at a higher level. So if there was any headlights, it's actually going to hit the ground. It's not going to face up to their house. And I thought about that. I would probably like to maybe add, some kind of vegetation there, but right now it's just like been unkept and it's been existing use. And I think that's the best choice for the parking right there. But I will take in consideration to make sure I'm a good neighbor and if I see anything. But I thought about if I put a fence there, it's going to be, actually put it there, it's going to be actually looming higher up to them, way above the parking area. And I'm not sure if the neighbors, would even see a difference. Because right now, they see the building and any cars that were there previous to when it was a plumbing supply, there's cars parked there. But when you have a storage facility, you only have maybe 2 or 3 people come at a time. You might have one car, then 2 hours later, another car, and then sometimes the whole day, not one single car will even show up. So that parking area is not gonna be full.
So you're showing existing pavement goes up to 10 spaces, correct?
Right.
And then you've got the other future pavement.
Right.
I mean, do we really see a need for all the future pavement, Jonathan?
Under our MS4 regs and in the borough, it's part of site plan consideration, we want to try to reduce parking.
That's what I'm getting at.
possible if it's not needed.
Well, that's what I'm saying, and I totally concur with him, Mr. McCormick, that there's minimal, you're not getting an onslaught. I mean, it's not like people going to work at 7 o'clock in the morning, you got a full parking lot. You might have a couple of days of 2 or 3 people at the same time, but I can't even see.
We also have the town engineer in the back if you want to talk to him about it or ask his opinion.
I don't know if I want to wake him up.
He's not asleep. Close, but not quite.
If he feels he has anything to add,
I think you've got it covered. I mean, it is what it is.
many more words, and you have to go to the mic, so.
Right now, it looks like there's at least one catch basin on the property. If we were to pave the rest of the property, we'd also have to address the water runoff, which is an element of site plan.
Yeah.
Or a special permit.
My only concern would be the neighbors. If typically, if it was new construction, it would be buffers. Change of use, it seems that we should still have buffers of some sort, if it's fencing or whatever, at least from the parking spots. I don't know.
I do
But
want to
that's,
ask the applicant a question, if you don't mind.
yes, go ahead.
So just because we're trying to give all applications the same kind of due process and transparency, did you present your application in front of the town council?
No, I didn't.
EDC?
No, I didn't.
Conservation Commission?
No, I didn't.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, Mr. Hugo?
I remember when that roof was still.
Verga?
I'm done.
John? Brian?
No questions.
Any more you want to add?
No, sir.
Somebody from the public want to speak? There's basically 1, 2 people. They say no. Staff, anything else?
It is what it is.
Economic Development,
We need storage.
Mr. Slater?
Nothing further.
You're
Nothing
here,
further.
you might as well answer.
Yeah. Nothing, Mr. Chairman.
Can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Make a motion.
Mr. Hugo makes a motion, can I have a second?
Second.
Second by Verga. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Verga Lawrence.
Yes.
John Sarantopoulos.
Yes.
Michael Hugo.
Yes.
Brian Card.
Yes.
Keith Thurlow.
Yes.
Motion.
That's close. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
See about getting on it tonight or not, I don't know.
Great.
Okay. How long is this water for protection thing? You wanna do this, or we,
I'll do this. Takes all of 2 seconds.
aquifer protection? Is that,
Um,
no, we gave up that actually to the wetlands, so I'm surprised. We still have to
The only
handle
way it
this?
can get added properly to the zoning map is through the Planning and
Oh,
Zoning Commission.
Okay.
And this is what
Yeah.
we're doing.
No,
And
that's
it's-
fine.
The absolute thing is, we really don't have a choice.
No, that's fine. I'm just
So,
asking.
this is the hearing. I gave you a copy of the aquifer. I gave you a copy of the letter that was sent to me. Basically, we don't have a choice. We have to put it on our maps by May 14th, 2022.
So that's the only aquifer that they're adjusting, is that one?
It's the only aquifer that they're adjusting. The other 2 or 3 are already been done. We have 3, they're all level As at this point, correct?
So the
John?
but the previous ones are gone?
There were level Bs, and then through that process, they become level As, but we've already adopted the other.
So like, I'm talking about, I thought we had discussions where the industrial park was now downgraded.
So there used to be some interesting applications that would identify wellheads and call them aquifers. That's not true. So just because there's a wellhead does not mean it's an aquifer, just like as having a wellhead on your own property does not make it an aquifer. It has to hit a certain number of residents.
Whatever, I don't need a definition. I'm just saying is that the previous administration,
Yeah,
we
this is
recognized the
basically,
industrial park as a class B, if I remember right.
It used to show up on all applications, but if
It used to
it's
be-
not a B, it's going to A.
it's
Oh,
going
it's
to
an
A.
A.
So this is a very strict one. For the longest time, all they had was a
Well,
wellhead in the
now.
industrial park. So
Yeah.
now it's a level A.
Yeah, but when you talk about this, like Putnam Plastics, they got that, remember Putnam Plastics, they got the big aquifer protection signs, and even in all
Right.
of them. over
And
there,
actually,
They're not needed.
that was not, should not have been required, but it was, so.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
We just wanted a step above and beyond, that's all. But this is what the aquifer, they've actually done their studies, their search, and this is what it is. I call it the hitchhiker.
Anything else? Anybody got questions on this? John, you're good? Anybody want to add anything? Public want to speak to it? You have a motion to close public hearing?
I make that motion.
Second? Second. Berger, John. Further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions? It's a state, who cares? That's closed. All right. Unfinished business. Do we want to do this tonight? Do people want to take it and postpone it? Berger would like, the first one, Douglas Construction. Berger would like to continue.
Table.
You want a table?
Right, table decision.
You want, we want
You wanna
to, somebody
con-
make a
Make
motion.
a motion to table decision to the next.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Berger makes the
Motion made.
second. Any further discussion on that? None. Roll call, please.
John Sarantopoulos.
Yes.
Michael Hugo.
Yes.
Brian Card.
Yes.
Viedga Lawrence.
Yes.
Keith Thurlow.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. McCormick, can we handle that tonight? Somebody make a motion.
To do what? Leave?
No,
Mr. McCormick's application.
no, Mr. McCormick's application, do you want to vote on it tonight?
Yes, please.
Make a
Then make a
motion.
motion to vote on it.
Somebody make a motion.
Are we going
Oh,
to,
wait, I thought,
Somebody make a
I
motion.
make a motion to approve special permit application 22-1283 of Stephen McCormack. If I said that right, McCormack, sorry. 42 Mechanic Street. I have no conditions, no.
Second?
second. No, you can have that
Mr.
one.
Hugo, second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
5-0, okay. So map change?
Mr. Carey,
Yes, sir.
we continue your vote till next month,
Oh, all right.
We'll
okay?
make your vote.
Thank you, sir.
Good night. Thank you.
Have a
Too
good night.
blown out to think.
State of Connecticut, map change 22.1284, State of Connecticut.
There's nothing else you're
Motion.
requiring from us at this time?
Motion.
Aquifer the one.
Motion to approve zone map change, application 22-1284.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Hugo, second by Brian. Any further discussion besides burgers? None. Anybody? Where am I now? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed or abstentions? Okay, that passes. Do we need to go through this? All right, new business, we do. CGS Section 824, Town Council Capital Improvement Budget. We don't need we're gonna do that tonight?
You stayed all the way, it's 4 hours.
It's 11:15. We haven't been up at 11:15, and I refuse to go after
We didn't even
11.
make our vote to
How
extend.
often do we?
I know, that's what I
Couldn't
asked.
find it.
It's not in there. It's one that we voted ourselves.
I thought it was in the bylaws.
No, it was supposed to be, but we never got that far.
So, do we actually carefully go through all these numbers? and-
If you want, I just,
No, I don't.
does somebody want to make a motion to listen to him?
To continue, that would be continuance in there?
Or continue? Make a motion.
Now, just remember that the continuation would be to April 18th. Yeah, we have some time constraints that we have to
We
adhere
can
to,
just-
so maybe we need,
can just-
are you willing to, do you want to do it tonight?
Somebody make a motion.
To what? Accept this? What do we need to do with this?
Accept it.
Okay, I make a
It's an
motion to
824.
accept this.
824. Yeah.
It's 824.
You have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Hugo. Any further
Nice
discussion?
presentation, David. There's my discussion.
Any?
questions, let me know.
Yeah. We will do that.
So you're real.
We haven't changed the
Wait, I
capital
have a
budget in
question.
15 years.
Are you really, really, really gonna do the bridge on Peep Toad Road this year?
Okay?
Okay.
I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Folks,
Good night.
Come here tomorrow night?
Thank you.
Yeah.
So we got a motion, got a second,
Second.
discussion.
So you people are going to do the 824 review and just pass it, correct? Is
Yeah.
that what you're looking for?
Do
Okay.
it.
We haven't changed anything in years.
I've been wanting to do that for 18 years now.
Yeah, like I said, Pete Toad Road is not till 27.
Yeah.
It's like as far out as you can
Yeah,
put it.
forget it, Burger.
It's always 5 years out.
That's true. Ever since I was a kid on this.
What are they
committee.
gonna, it's still discussion time. What are they gonna do up top with the third and fourth floor? What do they wanna put in there? Your office?
Office space.
For who?
Town staff?
We've looked at that a million times.
They're
It's,
gonna give the planning and zoning chair.
no. Huh?
It would be expensive.
Yeah, it's like,
I think you have structural issues, you have fire suppression issues, you have electrical issues.
we've looked at it how many times over the years? It's
It's
just,
been the history of this building.
yeah.
So why don't
So
you
we
do
got
a
a motion, it's
little
already-
booth
we just got
outside
a-
the parking lot?
No, vote.
Chance of building
We
that
already
right on the
voted.
street.
Okay.
We voted?
All in favor?
Aye.
Passing your motion.
Okay,
That's a yes.
yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Thank
Thank you. Sorry to make you late on that.
Have a good evening.
Well, that's it? What do we, no.
Current number 2. new
American Storage Centers. Receive and schedule. It's all ready? It's all,
It's ready, it's done. They've made the corrections we've requested, so they came
All
back
right.
for a new application. So we suggest that
Somebody
you
make a-
proposed date is Monday, April 18th.
tell me my motion to receive and schedule for a public hearing on,
I'll make a motion to that effect.
have a second?
Second.
Second by John. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, or abstentions? Good. Town of Killenly, special permitted use on the business park. I don't even know what this is, but somebody make a motion.
This is for the this
Oh,
is
the
to post the
cannabis,
cannabis.
yeah, whatever.
All this is doing is that I'm letting you know that it's already been, it's been written, it's in, approved with legal, and we want to discuss it on the March 28th proposed special meeting that we have. So,
I'll make a motion to that effect.
Okay, John makes a motion, second by Mr. Hugo. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Done. Adoption of minutes, February 22nd. Make a motion?
Motion,
Go ahead.
motion to accept the minutes as written.
Second. I I no longer correct the typos. I want that in the record.
Second?
I dropped that
Are you
job.
saying second?
I said second.
Any
But I'm
further
also
discussion?
confessing.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Abstain.
Abstains. Training, we got a meeting tomorrow.
Yep.
At 6
Yeah.
o'clock.
You know, what is that gonna run, about an hour?
You hope.
Uh,
There's a lawyer, there's a lawyer
I
involved
think
in
the
case you hadn't
time,
noticed.
I think the time that they allotted was from 6 to 9. But,
6 to 9?
yeah. Well, they're going over the FOIA, they're going over ethics, and they're going after parliamentary procedure.
Okay, Economic Development Director?
I'll defer till next time.
There's no town council liaison?
He's there.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Well, you're on the wrong side of the table to be the liaison.
Sorry. All right.
This side up here.
I'll do this as quick as I can. We had a few reappointments, Mr. Sarantopoulos, Mr. Card, Don Bromwell. What else do we have? We approved the Killenly Public Works Employee Bargaining Agreement, bargaining units, labor agreement. We approved a 20-year lease of the Cap landfill for a solar project. And moving forward, we had our goal-setting meeting. Main points on that were town manager's going to go into setting up what the constabulary's end goal is, what our short-term goal, long-term goal is, and what that looks like as far as having a location for the town constabulary. And if the long-term goal is going to be an independent police force, what that would look like and what the time frame would be to get to that point.
Isn't there a $750,000 expenditure in the budget for facilities or something for them?
We are looking into the possibility of renting a facility to move them into.
Can I ask a question while you're talking about the
Make sure.
constabulary? Yeah. So those are the folks that park their car down in the, here and they
Yes.
keep it running,
Yes.
okay? Well, I object. They said that if they have an event, they have to go, just turn the key or whatever.
Okay.
That's part of the that's part of the state
State.
trooper, and that's a requirement, that the cars
Yep.
are running at all times.
Yep.
There's nothing we can do about it,
We
because
can
they're
buy
under
them
the
electric
state troop.
cars. There you go.
The state does have some hybrids, which will run a lot less. Unfortunately, I don't believe any of our vehicles are. And I would
Anyway, okay, so.
recommend against buying them for a lot of reasons. Other things, so the other goals were, one, like I talked about earlier, establishing a vision plan, figuring out what the vision is for the town, where we want to go. I know Mr. Carter brought that up when you came before the council during your interview for reappointment. It's something also that several of us have heard from members of the public as well. So that's something we're working on, exactly what it's going to look like. We're not sure yet. We're going to put together a subcommittee to figure out exactly what we want that to look like, and then take steps from there. It'll end up being like an ad hoc committee that we're going to set up, members of the public, members of council, staff, possible commissions as well. Going through my notes. Another thing that was brought up was transparency. One thing we're working on is working to get the general ledger on the town's website, so members of the public can see exactly where their tax dollars are going. And the other thing was looking at figuring out where possible places are for expansion of industrial use, due to the fact that we're almost out of industrial space right now, and also for commercial use as well. And that's all I have.
Very good. Any questions, anybody?
Yeah, I got one question. You're gonna put solar panels up on the landfill.
Yes.
What are you gonna have to do for the lines going out to Route 6?
The contractor will have to bring in three-phase. So that will be a cost incurred by the contractor.
Yeah, but he's got to put a substation too, right? When you get a,
I believe, don't quote me on it, but I believe they're gonna have to. I don't remember anything discussed on that during the,
well, so you go from there to the Rhode Island, maybe,
So how is the fee structure structured on something like that?
I believe it was 53,000 a year is what we're going to receive. They're tax exempt where they don't pay property tax, but there aren't a whole lot of uses for a capped landfill. It's kind of a win-win where we get some solar put in and get some money back out of something we can't do anything with. There is wording in a contract where if they damage the cap, they're responsible for it. The only exposure the town would have whatsoever is if DEP came and said, you need to do something to the cap because there's a problem with your cap. The most we could lose, I believe it was 2 years of rent would be the most the town would have any exposure for. And that would be for, in a sense, for loss of use. If they're not able to use it for 2 years because we've got to do something with the cap, they'd be responsible for having to remove all of their equipment off of the cap if there was an issue with the cap, where the town had to, where it was something outside of something they caused. If it was DEP coming through and saying, oh, well, we're redesigning the caps, we're changing regulations on the caps on landfills, everything's got to come off, you got to recap it, then, like I said, the only exposure the town would have would be we'd lose 2 years of rent.
Yeah, you already capped it closed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like, the state can't make you change it unless you have a contamination issue.
Yeah.
So, you're fine. Is it a dirt cap
Mm-hmm.
on the landfill?
I believe so.
Pretty sure it is.
Yeah.
It's
Biggest thing with
all
solar is make sure their erosion's correct. Because they tend to channel water, and they'll tend to channel the cap, and cause erosion in the cap.
Okay.
That'll be your issue, so.
Okay.
Make sure they have a good water control system in place, depending on what they put down for ballast on their solar.
And they'll tell you they don't.
Right, but they will, they'll channel the water just because that's what happens.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Motion to adjourn?
We have adjourned at 11:25.